Well, good afternoon and welcome to day 3 of Blockchain Community Day 2025. Today is all about security, privacy, and governance, essential pillars for building a trustworthy and resilient Web3 ecosystem. And before we go to the first speaker to open the day, don't forget to join our live quests and quizzes. Participate for a chance to win Netflix subscriptions, Spotify Premium, Amazon gift cards, and many more. We already have a happy winner in the chat, so go to our Telegram channel and check it out. Also, keep an eye out for the hidden secret words in the presentation slides at day 1 and day 2. Be the first one to find them and claim your prize. All right, to kick off today's session, please welcome Alexander Seleznev, CEO of Pessimistic, a leading DeFi security firm based in Dubai. His talk, DeFi Security from the User Perspective, goes beyond smart contract audits to highlight human-centered risks in decentralized finance. Hello, Alexander. You're a good friend of ours. People know you here.
Hey, Farouk. Thank you for inviting me to open the third day of Blockchain Community Day. It's a pleasure for me. Thank you, everyone who is watching this call, who is watching this talk. And yes, the title of my today's talk is DeFi Security from the User Perspective. Let's start. Let's start with who am I and why you should even listen to my opinion on blockchain security. First, I have been working in Web3 security starting from 2017. It's been almost 8 years. And we started with Web3 security even before the word Web3 even existed. I am CEO of Pessimistic Security. It's one of the first security teams in Web3, and we have many billions of assets secured by our audits. And I'm a host of Basic Block Radio. It's the main technical podcast about blockchain in Russian language. And I suppose that some of you who knows Russian may be already familiar with the sound of my voice. And what is most important is that I store my own crypto in the protocols that we have audited. So I have skin in the game. I am highly interested in the security of the ecosystem. And what I want to talk about today is about my recent experience and my recent thoughts about the unsolved conflicts in Web3 security industry and how we can fix it. And I have the name of this problem on the very first slide, and the name is Audit as a Marketing. Let's start with the graph from with the chart from DeFi Llama. And on the left side, you can see the TVL in DeFi ecosystem changing over the years. And on the right side, you can see the amount of losses in DeFi ecosystem due to hacks, due to bugs, due to rug pulls, to all the problems related to smart contracts. And you can see with the bare eye that the number of the losses is closely correlated. It follows the TVL in DeFi in this year. So you can see that the losses in DeFi ecosystem are several percents from the total TVM in the ecosystem of this year. It's huge amount. It's insane amount. And with knowing this, we understand that security is really important in Web3, and that every person who wants to receive a high return from investing into DeFi faces high risks in DeFi, and every person wants to minimize those risks. So and every person perceives the security as a really important part of the investment. So here we come to the conflict of interests of security auditing companies. So first, auditors are paid by the protocol teams. Second, audit report is perceived as a marketing document. It influences how much TVL people will bring into the protocol in the end. Third, of course, the protocol team needs good-looking marketing documents. And hence, the auditors face the immediate conflict of interest. On the one side, they need to highlight as many risks as they can. On the second side, they if they are too good in perceiving this goal, then their customers might be not very happy with what they see in the report. So typical customer requests I've been facing over these 8 years I've been working in Web3 security is, please lower the severity of this or that issue. Especially this is correct for the centralization issues with privileged roles of the admin. Second is, please remove this or that issue from the report. Especially this is true for the fixed issues. Please don't publish the report at all, because you have found 10 critical issues, and we'd better have this report unpublished and go to another audit company after we fix all the issues, and they will prepare another report that would be much more good looking after we have this clean code that we sent them after your report. And the last one is, please add a big, always fixed, do not read further note in somewhere in the beginning of the report. So the potential reader will face this note all is fixed, and we'll say, okay, I'm good. I will send money to this protocol. So all this reminds me on the picture I saw on the internet. So I decided to put it in my presentation. And even though audit is perceived as a part of marketing, audit is bad marketing. It's very hard to read by the common audience. It's very because it's intended to be read by the developers. So because of that, it needs an additional interpretation in social media from the projects team, and even the auditors themselves have to be, kind of over optimistic in their social media communication. As an example, here is one of the latest tweets from the account of my company. So you can see that we say, ensuring the highest level of protection for users remains our commitment. Of course it does, but why should we state it in every tweet? So our big dream, is that auditors are paid by the investors or liquidity providers, or audit reports never get published because of this conflict of interest. And the second one, we want to perceive audit report as a neutral due diligence document, not as a marketing material. But unfortunately, although we would like to be paid by investors, the investors and LPs do not have enough money to fund full-scale audits. Let me after we set the stage for the problem, let me go to our recent experience that gave me a hope that maybe one day we will see the solution to this problem. So let's start the chapter audits for users. Recently we came up with an idea. What about making a cheap, lean one-pager report using the publicly available data and the technical expertise of an auditor, and have this report funded by the potential investor? It would be way cheaper, it would be very quick to make, and it could highlight the risks that potentially could evade the eye of an investor. So the approach that we took with these user audits, I will call it like that. Let's call it user audit. Is first we analyze the processes, the development processes behind the protocol. Because they can be seen public, and anyone can analyze whether team indicate have public shows public signals of having good processes. Second, a really quick code review, like only 1 day of auditor's time. Third, a meta-analysis of the audit reports that the protocol had previously before asking for the investment. And fourth, we underline the red flags that we have found and gather them in the easy-to-read one-pager that we send to the potential investor. I will go over all four of this, all four parts of our approach in the next slides. So first, let's start with the analysis of the development processes. I want to make a big shout out to DeFi Safety, because we used their methodology and documentation as a cheat sheet for this part of our reports. Thank you, guys. You have done a great job. It's fantastic. So the philosophy behind this approach is that since the security of smart contracts in blockchain is as crucial as security in aviation engineering, why not borrow the approach from the aviation engineering? And in aviation engineering, we pay a lot of attention not only to the resulting product, but to the processes that lead to the resulting product. So, for example, we can see, I will give you some screenshots from the documentation of DeFi safety. We can analyze several, I will show you several chapters from their questionnaire that you can go, that researcher can go through to estimate the quality of the processes of specific protocol. So in the part that is called code and team, you can see the questions like, are the smart contracts addresses easy to find? Does the protocol have a public software repository? Is the team public? How responsive are the devs, etc., etc. Second is, in the chapter code documentation, you can see questions like, is there a white paper? Is the protocol software architecture documented? Etc., etc. So the general question that we're trying to answer here is the code documentation okay? Third chapter is testing. Has the protocol tested their deployed code? How covered is the protocol code? Etc., etc. And they have several more chapters, but I think you can get you can get the idea already. So we try to see whether team does a good job at setting up the processes that lead to secure code. Next part of our approach is a really quick code review where we estimate the code quality, code complexity, of course, test coverage. We pay we pay specific attention to privileged roles and their powers because it's something that can be done very quickly and is very crucial for the security. Other proper multisigs. We pay attention to any specific risks outlined by our customer and anything suspicious that we find. So it's a really really quick code review, like slash quick audit. Third part is the meta audit. So we check the audits that have been performed over the code of the protocol that we analyze, and we check like some meta things like the auditors tiers, the number of audits, the number of auditors in every team, because sometimes you can see a team of one, and sometimes you can see a team of 6 people in the same company making the audits on behalf of the same company. And was there new commits after the audits? I mean, whether the audit report is already deprecated. The overlap of the audits in time and code, it can show it can give you some hints on what to look at. And was all code in the scope audited? Because sometimes the audit scope is only some small part of the code. And we analyze the findings from these audit reports. We analyze whether the findings overlap, and because it gives you a hint of whether the audit was easy to do. Because if audit is easy to do, so both audit companies probably will find the same bugs. Second, we analyze the number of dumb bugs because it shows whether the team was in a rush during the development. We analyze the number of really bad critical findings. We analyze the quality of the integrations, and this is really also very important because if the integrations are done badly, if there are bugs in the integrations, it also shows that the development was rushed and the development team didn't have enough time to go through the documentation of the protocol they want to integrate to. And the 5 is we pay attention to the number of really hard to find findings because it shows you the quality of the audit, the expertise of the audit team that performed the audit. And to show you the real life example, I will share a part of this small report that we did for our partner and big friend CP0X. It's one of the biggest liquidity providers, and we offered them to make an audit for one of the upcoming liquidity providing deals that they had a couple of months ago. And I will show you, how the findings look like. First, code quality summary. I would say that this text can be summarized as it's more or less okay. There are some issues, but okay, it's more or less okay. What is more interesting is some red flags that we underlined in this report. First is red flag with overpowered roles, because some roles can mint and burn an arbitrary amount of tokens for any account and at any time. The owner of the proxy can change or add any functionality at any moment and subsequently execute virtually any action with the following transaction. And this is a massive overpowered role. And yes, and we outlined this in the report. So this is not okay. More red flags. Okay, so let's start with the second one. The deployed code doesn't match with the code in the public repository. And third, it's impossible to determine how the deployed code and the code in the public repository correspond to the audited code in the private repository, and whether there were changes made after the audit. So it's impossible to understand what was audited, what is public, what is deployed for this specific protocol that we reviewed for our partner. So what would happen if we write this in the audit report for the audit that okay, let's start from the beginning. What would happen if the protocol team paid us for this report? I would say that probably they would say, please delay it. This is not an issue. Let us add the comment to the issue, to the report. This is not a medium severity. Please lower the severity. All the old stuff. But in this case, the audit team responded with the following message. Thanks for sharing the quick audit report. This is a really good step in keeping protocols accountable and something we also welcome. We are going to discuss first thing in morning on solution to points raised by you and your audit group and come up with the clear actionable items and timeline for the implementation. You can see the difference. And what is more important is that the protocol team really did come up with the clear actionable items. They made the code public. They updated the code base and performed several audits on this code base and made very transparent the relation between the published, deployed, and audited code base. And second, they set up clear, transparent multi-signature wallets and implemented delays for all the overpowered functions. So they did a good job in making their protocol more secure. And thanks to a big shout out for this anonymous team. So I instantly remembered about the meme with Drake. So Drake doesn't like issue found by auditor, but Drake likes issue found by liquidity provider. And this difference is not because the teams are evil or lazy. They have a lot of job to be done. We just sent the team the clear signal that the real security is top priority for the real investors, for the real liquidity providers. We made the security issues transparent and understandable for liquidity providers and the team itself. And we made the dialogue between them on security possible. And this resulted in very good security in the end. Some final thoughts. So we see that this kind of short, lean user audits might significantly improve the security standards in Web3 in case people adopt this kind of practice. So if you're interested, let's talk. And please ask your questions. Thank you for the attention.
All right. Thank you, Alex, for the great presentation. And we've got plenty of questions here. Now, There goes one from Orhan. Can you read it, or you want me to read it out loud for you?
Oh, Farouk, I didn't hear you, but I see that probably you want me to answer the question from Arhan. Okay,
Right.
Arhan asks, you highlighted security as critical, yet losses persist. True. Beyond audits, what's the one change needed to make DeFi protocols inherently safer? As I said, there are many unsolved problems, and I would say that we're making a good job in making Web3 a better, more secure place. I would say that average quality of the code we see is much better than, let's say, 5 years ago. And more and more security tools are being developed, and it's really cool what teams who are experimenting with AI several really cool tools to find the critical bugs, and we already use them. And about that's one change. I think it's not one change. It's it's a big road ahead. They're doing a great job in in improving the security, because both protocol teams are better and better every day, every year, and the auditing teams and security product teams are better and better every day. And one of the things that could make the Web3 space more secure is something that I proposed in this presentation, some kind of user audits, because this could help to make the communication more transparent, both for protocol teams and potential liquidity providers, potential crypto investors. A question from Ilija. If even auditors admit their reports need interpretation, are we just paying for a false sense of security? I would not say it. I would not place it like that. I would just say that auditors expect their readers to be the protocol teams, to be the protocol developers. And the audit reports are not intended to be read by general public, because during the audit reports we want to talk to someone who can actually identify and fix the issue. So we are and the security is not something that can be measured on the grade from 0 to 100. It's it has many dimensions, I would say. So I would say that this question is much more complicated. So I would not say that we are just paying for a false sense of security. It's just that the reader of the audit report is intended to be a technical person, not a general audience.
Sorry, Alex. You know that audits are like hard to read, but shouldn't like the clarity be a core deliverable for audits? Because
Yes, of course.
and also
Yes,
maybe for the auditors here watching us, what's one change that they could make tomorrow to improve this situation here?
In our company, we spent really a lot of time polishing the wording that we present in our reports. But I will say it again. We want to talk to the developers. We are not marketers. An audit report is not a marketing material. It should not be published. I think the auditing company Trail of Beats. They are really old and hardcore, and we know them, and we have friends among them, and they say that audit reports must not be published because general audience must not read it. because they would because if the audit team makes a good job and finds a lot of vulnerabilities, then the audience might have a sense that, oh, there are a lot of vulnerabilities in this code. No, I should not invest in it. So the interpretation is beyond the responsibility of the auditor. And this is why I say that probably it would be better if if the liquidity provider pays to us, then we make a report for the liquidity provider, and we make it clear for liquidity provider to understand the specific risks that the liquidity provider might face in the protocol. So we're not interested in describing the details of every risks because this is not something that he or she is interested in. We're interested in just raising the red flags, where he or she can lose money. This is another. Yes.
So it's important for you to have this red line, right? To control the ethical tensions in audit culture.
It depends on who pays, because if the developer pays to us, we want to perform a service for the developer. We want to talk to him, and if the liquidity provider pays to us, we want to highlight the risk relevance that is relevant to liquidity provider.
Okay, I think we can take this last question here, Alex.
Privileged roles like admin can rug a project instantly. Why do teams still insist on these backdoors, and should audits outright fail projects that use them? I'm not sure I understood the last part of the question, but I would say that the team insists on these backdoors because on the first stages of the protocol lifecycle, it is almost impossible to achieve the true decentralization, like with DAI stablecoin, or with LUSD, or with any other truly decentralized protocol, because when the DeFi protocol is young, it might need some kind of minor updates. It might need some integrations. It might need anything. And also, it's good to have kind of flexibility on the first stages of the life cycle, and before the protocol gains momentum, before the protocol gains high value locked, and before the protocol have enough attention to set up the DAO that could manage the protocol. So I would say that it's okay to have some kind of centralization on the first stages of the protocol's life cycle, but the risks that are connected with these the risks that are connected with these centralization could be minimized with using proper multi-signature wallets, with using time delays, etc., etc.
Okay, so you're saying that admin keys are risky, but should audits say no to them? Or I think what's being asked here is, why do projects still use the admin keys that can steal funds, and should the auditors reject them for being unsafe?
Any reputable auditing company highlights any centralization, any privileged admin role as at least medium severity issue. So it's always outlined in the audit reports.
All right. Thank you, Alex. This was the last question for today. And yeah, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for your insightful dive into DeFi security with us and focus on real users. Your presentation was very engaging, full of memes, very fun. Thank you. I appreciate this.
Thank you, Farooq.
You have a great one, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
Next up, we have Uriel Cruz Pineda presenting No Bugs on the blockchain. And don't miss this deep dive into proactive blockchain security. We'll be right back. All right, we've just heard how audits fail, and now let's talk about prevention. What if we could catch critical bugs before they go live? Up next, we have Uriel Cruz Pineda, a co-founder and head of sales at NOTLAN, joining us from Mexico, I believe, right?
Yeah, right. Hello,
The stage
everybody.
is yours. Very welcome here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for joining our stream. I'm the co-founder and head of sales for NotLan, where we do basically ethical hacking as a service. And well, we'll talk about no blocks on the blockchain and our continuous offensive security service and everything related to cybersecurity. First, a little bit about us. NotLan was founded in 2023, where we were just a group of friends who decided um, to study computer engineering, and we started joining different groups. Some of them related to the sales side, some others on the ethical hacking side. So by 2023, we decided to come up with a company to use all the experience that we had across different companies on different markets, especially Madrid and well on the Europe side and Mexico City on the LATAM side. And well, there's a lot of professionals in here that have done innovative things, different things, and some things even related with quantum computing, and not just on the Web3 side, but also in the Web2 side. And we'll talk more a little bit. Um, First of all, I'm based in Mexico City. I'm the head of sales, and all the ethical hacking team is in Madrid. So um, we do a lot. We have done different projects in Europe, and this year we decided to start in Mexico City because well, we have two of the founders of the company were located in Mexico, so we know the market, we know what's going on, we know the different levels of maturity that have been happening regarding cybersecurity in Europe and the United States, because well, Mexico's everything that happens in the US comes to Mexico like a second step, or at least two steps later. And then well, let's talk a little bit about what's going on the blockchain testing and what happens when you have an application, well, a DApp or a smart contract. First, let's talk about beyond the smart contracts because, well, everybody knows that you have a smart contract, you have a DApp, you may use Solidity, ROS, Cairo as a programming language. Before deploying your application, your project, you decide to do some auditing. You may decide to use some specialized software, maybe some open software or something related to. You may contact a company that wants to do this auditing. There are some other strategies. For example, there are private audits like bug bounties, private bug bounties um, that work nowadays that you can still use in order to be secure on the market or before you deploy. And obviously, there are some frameworks that you can use to analyze your code. I mean, when we talk about cybersecurity and applications, we basically want to know that there's an static side, which is mainly the code, and there's the other side when everything is running, or the dynamic side. So basically, these kind of frameworks on the static side, such as Leader, Foundry, Mid, can help you out a little bit on that side. I mean, on the code, to review your code, especially if you are implementing a DevOps or a DevSecOps strategy inside, even though you may be pretty small. But there's still a challenge in this because not everything that is on Web3 is like completely Web3. There's still a broader aspect of it, because most of the times there's still a Web2 attack surface that is around it. For example, the front end of the DApp, I mean the application, and there may be a panel, like an administration panel, an API around it, or something that is surrounding cloud that may have an authentication flaw, misconfiguration that can lead to a specific vulnerability. And nowadays, we're pretty familiar with everything related with chatbots or any way of using an API from an LLM, such as OpenAI or another um, company that is related to AI that you want to exploit through, using your application. And the real issue here is that most of the times when you have these kind of bots, they have to still be tested. I mean, there are different ways to exploit your bot. For example, it's not only about that the bot does or the chatbot does what it's supposed to do, but it's also about protecting all the information that is around your application. It may, for example, in a conversation, um, they do what we call a prompt injection, where they simply get information that they were not supposed to do. I mean, we're supposed to have. So they are getting more information about your service. I mean, your backend, what's going on, and there's a lot of testing around it that you should be prepared to do before like deploying these kind of applications. And that's why we decided, well, it's part of the foundation of the company, that we decided to do this approach where it is a continuous testing regarding not only the Web3 part but also the AI part, just in case there's one, and obviously the Web2 part. I'm going to talk more about this kind of parts that we work with, and we call it the full spectrum offensive security service, which covers everything related to that. I mean, we all know that there's a part on Web 2 where you may have like a web application running. There are some APIs, and you need to do, of course, code analysis and all the dynamic security execution. I mean, all the reviews, all the findings that you get based on different standards, cybersecurity standards. For example, just right now, some months ago, there were some standards like a WASP that were um, put onto the market, where you can see that the new trends of LLMs. So it's not only Web 2 or WASP Top 10 coverage right now, but also the of WASP LLM and Mitre Atlas, which is related to LLMs and AI specifically. And at the same time, you may have a smart contract or a DApp that you need to run a vulnerability testing and to be sure that everything is covered. One thing that is great about blockchain is that it is considered most of the time immutable. That means that you don't always have that kind of changes like in Web 2, because in Web 2 you can do like constant deployments, and in Web 3 it's like more stable. It is not always you are not going to have as much deployments as in Web 2, which makes it a little bit more secure, because you can ensure that once you run a test, it is less likely to get attacked, but it is still possible. And of course, there are different concepts, or a little bit more complex concepts in here, such as red teaming. And red teaming not only applies like as the well-known red team operations, but also red team regarding AI part. Well, for example, in that kind of service, we directly emulate the adversary, and we do simulation and emulation of those adversaries and different what we call APTs, which are basically emulating different kinds of attacks by different kinds of organizations that are well known, and some others that are not well known, that we can run some testings to see if what you are doing is prepared for that kind of attacks. And of course, there are different standards, there are different regulations that are behind this, such as DORA in Europe, that And well, we cover some parts of that regulation because that regulation is super broad. And and well, let's talk a little bit more like how this works. I mean, on the back end, what we're doing. um I know there's a comment in there. I'll go to see that comment. I mean, I'm gonna read it after this slide. Well, first of all, we have a dashboard, what we call it's a dashboard based in GitHub. So we didn't create like something completely different talking about our dashboard, because we know GitHub is battle tested. So basically, what we have is, when we're doing, I mean, our findings, when we get our ethical hacking team and they get these findings, they put them up in those continued retesting dashboard. So everything is live. You're gonna see it like whenever they get a finding that is confirmed by the ethical hacking team, they're gonna put it up in that dashboard. Your team is gonna be able to see it like live, and you're gonna be able to run reports like live. And at the same time, you can see that the first step is scoping a reconnaissance, which is basically doing what are we gonna test, which are the parts of the either infrastructure or either projects that we're gonna be testing, and also what kind of testing will be done, because some customers or some projects need to be regulated regarding code, so they really need to be there's some code analysis that needs to be done, and some others don't. So it depends. That's the scoping base. Then we do the execution testing phase, which is basically all the testing that the ethical hackers are doing. Then that gets confirmed by the lead, and after it's confirmed, it is put on the dashboard. So by the time it's in the dashboard, your team of devs already knows that it is something that needs to be remediated. We don't use anything related to scanners or proprietary. Well, I mean, there's no like a front end scanner for doing this kind of testing. So we're not gonna give you anything related to false positives, which is pretty important. Everything that is gonna be on the dashboard is already confirmed by a human in this case. So you are sure that you are not getting false positives. There's gonna be a security validation, which is means that, I mean, obviously everything has been not only tested and confirmed, but there's also what we call a proof of concept behind, which means that if there's a vulnerability, uh, there may be a testing behind it. Sometimes we upload a video, a link, a GIF of how this vulnerability was exploited, so you can see, or your devs can see what happens. And well, it's a little bit more technical, but so they have the idea of the notion what's going on behind the scenes, and they realize that this is real and what's the impact of it, not only regarding numbers or impact numbers that they may not make that a lot of sense to you, but you truly see what's being exploited. And at the end, reporting, of course. The reporting is automated. We have a chatbot that uses AI. So basically, you can have the reporting live. I mean, on one side, you have the dashboard, the GitHub dashboard, where you can see what's going on real time. And on the other side, you can have a PDF report. We use basically AI to get that information and read everything related on that is on GitHub. Read it, and you can have either a technical report, which should be taken to either the cybersecurity or the DevOps team, and on the other side, you can also execute some reports related to the exec team, especially chief security officers or something around that area, founders, that they want something that tells them what's going on, but not necessarily on the pretty technical side. So the report is not only wording; you can always see something graphically, such as what we call the attack flow. You will be able to see graphically what's going on is exploited. So we have different kind of reports. They can be executed 24/7, and what we basically do is that we want to make this like uh, able to be executed by anybody that has the service, so they don't rely on on a platform that is completely ours, and that we may be doing some maintenance, for example. So everything is in GitHub, and if you want to execute some different kind of reports, there's always a way to do it with a chatbot, and everything that is being found, it is being delivered real time. What this means is that you don't have to wait like a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks for us to get all the findings, give you a report, and say, okay, this is what we found. These are our recommendations. So you can go way ahead of that. And whenever the hacking team is finding something, you can see it in the dashboard in real time before we deliver. Like we tell you that we have finished that. And of course, on the side that is not Web3, I mean, on the side that is Web2, we can always do it like continuously. I mean, that means that this is being retested every time there's a new deployment. So you make sure that everything that is being deployed, everything is going to be, well, reviewed by our team before you put it out there. And at the same time, when it is out there, we're going to review it on the dynamic side. So that's one way to put it. And we always encourage summaries and reports that we consider jargon free. We are not gonna tell you, oh well, this is what we found, and a lot of documentation that just doesn't make sense. What we try to do is to make it as precise and as effective, so you can solve it and remediate these vulnerabilities as fast as you can. So there's another functionality of our bot, which is called Nova, by the way. This bot also has the functionality embedded that makes sure that you can have the remediation, well, a remediation like tip, or a way that you can remediate this on the technical side. I mean, something that a dev can read and take a look, and there's such suggestion for the remediation of these kind of vulnerabilities. This is important because this way you avoid people like reading just all over the internet and getting different answers. So you get a like real reliable remediation suggestion before you just look up on the internet at what can be done to solve this. And of course, these findings are already being analyzed by the AI. So it does not only do like a summary. I mean, it really takes our AI really checks all the vulnerabilities across time, and it can get you not only metrics but also at the same time consider what's going on across your project. So whenever you are getting new reports, it considers on the answers of the remediation um, what's been happening on the past. So it gets the context. The bot gets the context of all the stuff that is going on in the infrastructure or your project, like it. So I think well, if you want to see this like in a more technical side by one of our heads of technical, I mean the hacking team, we can always do it. I just want to make sure that everybody considers the part of AI red teaming. Uh, just some kind of attacks or techniques that can be done if you develop everything related to a bot that is running out there. Um, doesn't matter which kind of technology you are exploiting out there, but there's, for example, there can be some prompt injection, which is basically trying to manipulate your model that you created in order to get information that it was not supposed to be given out there. Maybe even get information about a database that it should be, well, maybe it's just about one person, but it gets information about different people, for example, um, different IDs. Also, trying to get information in the model, because most of the times you want your model to get better and better across time, but there's a way to do that kind of poisoning, which means you want the model to change the way you want it outside, like in a malicious way, which is obviously it has to be tested. Well, there are other ways of evasion which you can basically make it say something that is not related to what it is supposed to do, um, which not only sensitive data but also different kind of responses that are not ethical for the company or for the project that you are developing. So everything that we do is obviously based in methodology. For example, in AI red teaming is OWASP LLM or Mitre Atlas. And of course, in the reports, because some people ask us, am I gonna have like a something related to a framework related to this, and how does this match with everything? Yes, the answer is yes. And well, basically, what we do with this is make everything safer, make everything like sometimes compliant depending on what you are doing, and well, basically battle tested for what's going on the everyday basis. We obviously have some other kind of red team services, because it's not always related to AI. For example, you may be doing something that is related to specifically to money, and because of the region that you are in, or maybe because of the place that the company was founded, maybe you are more exposed to different kind of attacks. So we do this realistic, what we call realistic attack simulation. Basically, everything that is in the geographic region that is more likely to happen, we'll test, and this covers like different laboratories that can be done real time. You can see them and see what's the response on your side. I mean, this most likely happens on very complex and big or bigger environments, but it's also something that we can do. And well, we always, like I said, we avoid everything that is. I mean, we do this jargon free. We avoid what we call security theater, which is we don't over rely on different proprietary tools, or we always make sure and test everything that we deliver, so there's no false positives. Um, we obviously believe that cybersecurity is a mindset like that. So testing is always about proving, I mean, that the tool that we're using is and really works, and not just like I'm having different kind of testing, so I must be more secure. It's not always that. So um, we also are we're very friendly with different tools that are like open on the market. So we believe in open source and different kind of tools. We believe more in a skill rather than tools. And we always on the reports, for example, we recognize strengths, which that means that we don't not only tell you what's wrong on your side, but we also tell you what you did right. I think, I mean, we believe this is something important, because I we haven't seen this in reports. Most of the times, you just see like what's the ranking of this vulnerability, what's going on, but you don't see what you did right. And I think this is good, because it encourages team to be, I mean, encourages developers to be like more mature across time, and to realize and to see that if they're creating different policies on configuration policies, if they are working, so they can see that how they are doing cybersecurity wise. And there's, well, these are the general benefits that we always like to talk about, which is obviously no false positive, because everything is tested by a human. that's one of the advantages of not using like a scanner on the front end, because a lot of times there are scanners on the market. There are open source scanners, free scanners, and always third party owned scanners. But um, if you do that, at the end you have to like double check, because you're gonna get findings that not always apply to your business logic or to your project logic, or cannot be really exploited. So we always we always test this and make sure that everything is real, or that it can really impact you. There's always a continuous improvement, because we do this like across different releases. If you have different deployments, it depends on how much you deploy. We do it like constantly, so every time there's a deployment, it is always like we're making sure that everything is like your cybersecurity posture is improving. And you are gonna also get more maturity regarding security control rationalization, which means that you are gonna realize that when everything, if there is a control or that overlaps in your security strategy, you can realize if there's an overlap. Sometimes realize that you may not need a tool that you thought you needed in the past. Well, basically, we want to do real world protection, which means that we consider all the ecosystem and the different attack vectors that could really impact you at the end, and make sure that everything is way safer. I think that's the general step well, the different steps that I really wanted to cover. There's of course a lot of technical sides on these different requirements by different customers, projects, or depending on what you are doing. And I'm adding this QR in just in case that you want to chat with the ethical hacking team. I mean, with the head of them in a more technical way, or discuss a project, something that's going on, to see if we can help you, or everything more like technically related. So I think that's it. Let me read some of the comments.
I'll be posting them on screen here for
Okay.
your comment.
Okay. Says, I want to design a token economy model on a blockchain base. Which tools? Okay. Blockchain base e-procurement model. Okay. Well, it depends. We basically we use different tools. I mean, behind the scenes, not always open source, but for example, I mean, I know the head of the ethical hacking always talks about cloud, because it's pretty good for code analysis, um, to getting like more information of what's going on the code analysis side. But rather than, I think you're talking more about developing rather than securing that. So if you want, we can talk about that project like on the technical side with one of our heads of ethical hacking, so we can make sure that we can answer that correctly, because I think it's more related to developing that rather than securing that environment. Reading another comment, which says your WA framework combines. All right. NOTLAN catches bugs pre-launch, but how do you handle like legal flights, governance attacks? Oh, well, obviously the testing is done like in different steps. It's not always pre-launch. I mean, pre-launch we're talking about code or everything related to the infrastructure around it, controls. But we basically do first code, and then there's the dynamic execution part, which is the other side where everything's running and you start doing what we call matching in the reporting. For example, there are a lot of standards out there, not just a WASP top 10, but something related to PCI, for example. And our bot that does the reporting, it matches all the like the different standards out there, and then it matches it if you are compliant or not according to that um, to what you want to achieve. So if you say, am I compliant to PCI, it gives you the different steps and what's compliant or not, or the other way around. If you get a vulnerability, it tells you this this makes a reference to PCI or to a WASP in this section, so you are non-compliant, so you need to do this remediation to fix this. So that relies a little bit more on what's governance, but we don't do like the consulting side, but because governance always goes more to a process called GRC, which is everything related to making sure that you have everything documented on the governance side. Obviously, this kind of testing will help you be compliant with it on the technical side, but there's a lot of consulting that you always have to do depending on the project, because if it's a very big project, most likely you will have someone just specialized in governance and everything in related on the GRC side. And now, your WA framework combines Web3 and open testing. How to sell this to? Just wanna. Oh, okay. Yes, we also do that. I mean, most of the times, what we do is make it like continuous operation. So, I mean, our service is mostly like a SaaS service, but yes, there are some customers that have asked for that, what we call a checkbox audit, which is mainly, for example, here in Mexico, there are some institutions like the CMBV that tells you need to be compliant with this before you want to put something out there. When there's a correlation between banking or fintechs, you need to do those kind of checkings, and a lot of people do those kind of checkbox audit, which is we do the pen test. Everything is related to a report, but no, it is not continuous. There's some projects that we have done where we just do the report. Everything is on the website. I mean, on the our dashboard, but it's not continuously retested. We consider that it is not the optimal thing to do, because there are a lot of things that could happen after you deliver a report. But yes, we can do that. There's a lot of small projects or small companies that need that, especially because when we're talking about continuous testing, it is always more costly. So yes, we can do that to those customers. We deliver a report, but we always tell them what are the considerations behind that, or doing that kind of process.
Alrighty. I think this was the last one for today, and we're short on time, unfortunately. Thank you, Uriel, for sharing such powerful insights with us on continuous testing. And yeah, best of luck to NOTLAN. Thank you guys for helping blockchain teams ship safer code for us. Yeah,
Thank you.
And you have a great one, and welcome here back for the brown bag session. I will reach you out on that, Uriel.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Coming next, we have Gonzalo Diaz with his talk, Permissioned Blockchains Transforming Business. Don't miss this one. We'll be right back. Okay. Next up, we have Gonzalo Diaz, Senior Project Manager at EPAM, joining us from Bogota. And he has walked that tightrope at EPAM, helping regulating industries adopt DLT without breaking the rules and losing their edge. And if you guys ever faced pushback like blockchain is too risky to our business, this talk is definitely needed for you. Welcome on stage. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you everybody for attending the presentation. So my goal today is have a conversation or share something that I've been working for some time, understanding this type of technologies, which are permission blockchains. So for today, just before we start, I'm going to use we're going to do a small exercise with Menti. This is the QR. If you want to participate, please use the QR code or the link that it's in the screen or the code to access the Menti. So for today, the idea is to go through a market overview, trying to understand the market for this type for blockchain in general and this type of applications or platforms. Some things regarding blockchain technology, not too much in depth about blockchain because it is, even though it's a presentation about one type of application of blockchain, it is not going to be intensive on the blockchain's part of the technology, mostly on the use case. Then we're going to go through permission blockchains, some potential applications and use cases. So let's talk about the market view of blockchain technology. Before we start talking about it, I would like to share a reflection or an idea, is that our understanding of reality depends on the lens we use to observe it. It all depends on how we see problems, how do we see markets, technologies. Depends with the lens we use. That's the way we apply it, and that's how we discover use cases, applications, or take the technology to solve real problems. So I want to play a game with you, and it's the Menti that I will be. Give me a minute. Good. We have a lot of things. We have a lot of things. So thank you to all that are. Sorry, I just kind of under the weather with the cough. Apologize. So we see the first, the one that is bigger is crypto, assuming cryptocurrencies, decentralization, ledger security, smart contracts, privacy regulation, token. Those are Bitcoin, memecoin, efficiency, DeFi, technology, programming. Very interesting ideas and words that come to your mind. Thank you all for sharing that. So after we see this, it's kind of a small experiment that takes me to this. How is the world looking at blockchain? During the last 5 years, web search trends shows that the world its interest around blockchain is heavily correlated with cryptocurrency. If you see the chart that we have on the left, we see the search trend from Google about blockchain, cryptocurrency, private blockchain, public blockchain, hybrid blockchain. There is an evident high correlation between the blockchain, the searches for the blockchain term and cryptocurrency. And if we contrast that with the chart on the right, blockchain with any other, with the main platforms for cryptocurrency, I think there's no need to to see there's very high correlation between blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. So we can start to see that there is a link between the two concepts. The market understands in general, or in a huge portion of itself, blockchain with cryptocurrencies. The same applies when you see the search around the world. You see that US, Canada, Australia, some part of Africa, India, Middle East, there is a huge emphasis on cryptocurrency. The rest of the world is basically looking blockchain. There's no evidence in the chart that you're seeing that either private blockchain by itself, public blockchain, or hybrid blockchains are part of the main interest around the world. So it's not that it's not being searched, but it's not the mainstream concern when you talk about blockchain technologies. So we can say, I think we can say without fear of misinterpreting the data, that blockchain is assimilated by most of the market as cryptocurrencies, applications, and related applications. So that led me to the question: are we all victims of herd mentality as a market, as an industry? Are we only looking? Are we looking the problem or the application or the technology itself through a very narrow lens? So that's why we started looking at the technology landscape under the premise that there is more that meets the eye. So it's taking a view, a broader view about the technology without assuming anything and without considering the usual applications that comes to mind as the first reaction that we see, even in the small exercise that we did. So today, blockchain implementations or the implementation of the blockchain technology differ mainly in the nature of the network in which they are deployed, extending the scope of applications that derive from its initial implementation. We all know the origin of the blockchain technology. Everything started with Bitcoin. So that was the initial scope, and I think that's why we are all linked on that application. When Bitcoin was released, it kind of locked the industry into that. Not all, but most of the industry and a lot of people is just following the hype. So in terms of network types, you see that there is one type which is the most known, and it's part of the mainstream mindset, is the public type of networks, which has the usual suspects: Cardano, Solana, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance. But we are starting to see a second type of network, which are private. In that area, we have Hyperledger, Iroha, Indy, Fabric, R3, and Besu. And there are some others that are obviously in the middle. You have the two extremes and some things that are being worked in the middle where the two sets intercept. So public blockchain is basically, we know the story. They were first introduced by Satoshi Nakamoto, the mythical Nakamoto, in 2009. The key characteristics of the public blockchain is that they provide open and decentralized network or spaces when transaction can happen, security and incentives to be part of the network in the form of minting that comes as a reward for taking part of the minting process of the blocks in the blockchain. The typical use case I think we all know about them is the decentralized digital currencies, which was the first application with the corresponding or the subsequent logical applications, which is P2P payments, smart contracts, decentralized applications. We also have non-fungible tokens. We have decentralized finance, DeFi. That's another huge area. And we have the decentralized autonomous organizations or DAOs. And they came in waves. The first wave was the decentralized digital currencies, P2P. Then we started seeing more complex applications or use case that went kind of beyond the initial scope. And we started seeing networks like Ethereum. That was the second wave. And after that, we have NFTs, DeFis, and DAOs as a consequence of the evolution of these type of networks. But then you need to start thinking, or we need to start thinking, are public implementation good for my enterprise applications? Are they suitable? What if privacy is key for my use case? Because we're thinking about implementing things in public networks with information, with copies of information disseminated around the world. Because public networks are not anonymous. They are not anonymous, and they do not guarantee privacy. What they do is they have they have a layer of abstraction, but you are still a user and you still have an identification, and that can be tracked to you, and the information that you share in the network can also be linked to you. Am I willing to share control? You're in an open network where there is no control. So is my application sensitive to this type of lack of control? And that's why private blockchains started to be developed. They were first introduced by IBM in 2016. Key characteristic of this type of blockchains is first, they focus first and foremost in data privacy. First, then close control and centralized network, which allows companies and enterprises to define their rules and control the environments and the rules by which the users or the agents that transact through these networks interact. Security and simpler consensus mechanisms, because we know that one of the key problems of the public implementations of blockchain is that every day the consensus mechanisms and the methods that are used to mint and to create and to set and to reach consensus on what it's going to get into the blockchain, they are becoming more expensive by the day. And there has been some advances in that regard. Some forks have been made in some networks, but they thought as well on simpler consensus, because as you are having a private network, you can have simpler type of consensus mechanisms. So, what are permission blockchains? It's basically a way of expanding the scope of application of public blockchains by adding constraints. It's very rare, because usually what you see or what you think is that expanding scope means reducing constraints. But in this case in particular, for me, it's very fascinating because you add constraints, and adding constraints allows you to do things that you cannot do with the original one. So what are they? They are restricted networks where only authorized participants can access and validate transaction. Basically, they are usually controlled either by a company, by a conglomerate, or a group of agents that agree on some rules for the network. One of the key elements for this type of networks is the access control. The first form is that it implements permission access, that only authorized participants can join the network. That's important, and access the data. That helps guarantee privacy. This control limits the exposure of sensitive information and ensures that only trusted entities can participate in the network. The second part is, or the second pillar is role-based permission, that it's tightly linked with the first one, is that you can, in a single network, you can have different agents having different roles, different levels of access to the information, which helps also materialize privacy, which is not possible by itself in the public networks. Another key pillar is confidential transactions, which is implemented in two ways. First, zero knowledge proofs that allows that one party to prove to another that the statement is true without revealing some information about the transaction itself. It allows to have the restrictions allow to implement this type of zero knowledge proof that comes from the trust that emerges from private networks. The second say area, it's private smart contracts, which is an implementation that is already presented, or it's already there in the public networks, but it all revolves about private contracts and rules that are agreed upon when the network is created. Another key pillar is the governance and compliance. You can have on-chain and off-chain storage, so it's not like in public networks that you start putting a lot of information on the public blockchain. Here you can have information on the chain with the corresponding privacy controls and access controls and that guarantee privacy, but you can also link it with off-chain storage, which expands the applicability of this type of networks. Another one is the selective disclosure, in which people can choose the type of information that is shared between the parties. So you share the type of information, or you agree the type of information that will be shared in the context of a transaction or a set of transactions that happen in an industry, in a business relationship, etc., etc. Another thing is isolated networks. You can have implementations that have segmented networks or channels, or that allows you to have stricter control on the access in the level, even in the network level, not only in the logical level or in the access layer, like having role-based access controls and so on and so forth, but also through the network configuration, which is something that is very important. Another one is you can have centralized governance. As you are owner of the network, you set the rules of the network. You can control how the network is configured and behaves, and you can change the way it acts throughout its life. Not what is happening with Bitcoin, which you cannot change the initial configuration. Finally, audit trails. You can keep track of anything that is going on in the network for auditing purposes. And finally, the final pillar is that these type of networks are customizable. Customizable in the way of availability of different types of consensus mechanisms, which gives you flexibility on the type of implementations and the type of use cases that you can implement under certain conditions or constraints. So basically, you can implement things like Byzantine fault tolerant algorithms. You can use RAP, you can use proof of authority, and you have protocols for interoperability, which allows you to have connections between different private blockchain networks, which is fascinating also because you can have different agents or group of agents with their own networks, but they can interact and they can connect between them, which explodes the level of sharing that you can have while keeping control of what is shared. One example of this is the Hyperledger Fabric, which was one of the first private networks that were open source. IBM developed it as an internal project, but then they open sourced it. In this type of networks, you can have, in this case, an example, you can have many organizations, in this case, organization 1, 2, and 3, and those organizations, they get together and they agree on a channel configuration setting. So they define it, they implement it, they already have the infrastructure there. And with that configuration, they implement the certificate authorities for each organization. And then that translates into a channel, which is, let's say, the mini network or the specific network that is created as a consequence of a channel configuration. When you have that channel open, then you have, and this is something that is very interesting about this type of networks, you have a type of service, which is the order. In here, you have the ordering of the transactions in the blocks is separated from the consensus. So in this case, you have at least one agent that is getting all the transactions, putting them in order, and getting blocks ready to be moved through the consensus mechanism and then added to the layer. So at that moment, the network or the organization 1 creates the first version of the layer, which is ledger 1. And that order connects to the channel, and then the other organizations take the initial ledger L1 and they make a copy of the ledger with their corresponding peer services. The same happens with organization number 3. In this case, we only have one order. Once they are connected to the network, we can start adding applications to the channel. It's not only the agents that connect, but you can also have open APIs to connect applications that run the contracts, which are S5. In this case, you only have one contract, which is S5, and you can run the contract through applications, through open APIs, that you can implement many things or different types of interaction with the contracts. And each agent can have their own set of applications. And this is only one. Then you can have multiple channels and organizations connected differently through multiple channels. Some potential applications, all of this leads us to rethink some traditional approaches. Potential applications, you see things like supply chain management, financial services, healthcare, identity and credential management, government and public sector, and other applications. In supply chain, you can have things like provenance tracking, cold chain monitoring, customs and trade documentation. Financial services, you see things like syndicate lending, know your customer, sharing that information between financial service companies. Central bank digital currencies, This is one of the main approaches that are being used when exploring this type of currencies. Derivatives clearing, healthcare, you have clinical trial data sharing, pharmaceutical supply chain, which is supply chain controls, insurance claim processing, digital identity wallets, educational and professional certification. This is very interesting use case. Immigration and visa systems. Government sector, you have land and property registries, tax compliance, and VAT, value-added tax systems, digital voting system, welfare and benefit tracking, energy, environment, manufacturing. The sky is the limit. So you see a lot of things that are in the realm of real businesses. I would like finally to share, just to close this and we open the floor, one of the first use cases I saw when I started looking at this phenomenon, which is the global food supply chain. This type of supply chains, they have a huge problem, which is ensuring the trust and traceability across the supply chain is very key. It's key and critical to protect public health and corporate integrity. So the challenge, and here I'm taking the US market. In the case of the US food and safety system, it's basically a globalized supply chain. You have food coming from all over the world, and ensuring traceability is key to control and to protect the market. In context, just for you to know, in 2000, there's regulation in the US about food safety that was regulated in 2011. Just to give you some numbers, in 2023, the FDA evaluated 69 incidents, responded to 25, and issued advisories for 10 foodborne outbreaks. And those came with people getting into the office and to the hospital, and even died. The typical cost of a single food recall in the US, it's around $10 million. The US food supply chain moves food from all over the world. And the investigation of this type of diseases is very tedious and can take a long time, with lives being put at risk if not resolved fast. So what happens in the food supply chain? You have the farmers, you have agents in the middle, which is they can take the form of transport companies, storage. Then you have some processing, and you have other agents in the middle: transport, storage, the ports, the customs agents, the customs offices. Then you have distribution, which is the local part. You get the product, and you can have several steps before you reach your destination, which is the retailer or the final customer. So throughout the entire value chain, you have risk of contamination, tampering, even terrorist attacks can happen and have happened through contamination of food-related supply chains, water. All it's part of the risk nature of this supply chain. So imagine that you can have something that goes across the entire value chain that guarantees openness, enterprise-grade application that give you permission networks, segmented networks, that is customizable, that is tamper-proof, that can have access control, provide transparency while ensuring privacy, and provides fast answers to problems that arise in the value chain. So there's a public, and this is public information, there's a huge success case for this type of networks, which is what Walmart did in 2026, in which they implemented 2 POCs using Hyperledger. Actually, it was Hyperledger Fabric, to trace mango sold in the US and the pork that was sold in China. They require enterprise-grade and permission platform. The sources are in the bottom if you want to check them. They have been published by Walmart, by IBM, and the Linux Foundation. The The key results is they were able to reduce the time to process incidents in the Mango value chain from 7 days to 2.2 seconds. Imagine that, 7 days to 2.2 seconds, to provide answers to the regulators, to provide answers to the clients, to reduce risk of harming people, and to see if your product has a problem or not. If not, you can just keep selling and you avoid losing $10 million in average for each recall. In China, they started adding the certificates of authenticity of the pork to the blockchain, providing transparency to the entire pork value chain in China and reducing cases of fraudulent pork meat. The current state, as published in the latest report from Walmart, is that by 2028 they reach 25 products being tracked globally using this network. And they announced that all suppliers of fresh leafy greens will be using this blockchain system in 2029. There's no public information regarding if that has been reached or not. So with this, you see that blockchain is not just a technology. It's an engine of trust. In a world where safety, transparency, and accountability matter more than ever, these type of networks can help us redefine how we protect people, products, reputations, and creating better value chains and better businesses. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation. I'm open to.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo. Unfortunately, we can take only one question now because we are very short on time.
Oh,
here goes the most interesting one, I believe.
Okay. If Walmart can mandate suppliers' participation, what happens when smaller farms lack resources to join the permission system? In this case, it's a matter of taking it outside of that example. As you have open implementation, you have a standard interconnection protocols, everything it's open. You can also, as part of your implementation, supply this type of applications, because in the end, what you need on the let's say in this particular use case, and this is my personal view, you just need to provide, let's say, the farmer with a mean to interact with your network. They do not need to have the copy of the network. Maybe they might want it. They might have it online. It's a matter of implementation. So it all depends on if you are trying to do that and you're targeting small business owners or small farmers. Obviously, you might need to include that type of application facing them as part of your investment. And it's some things that happen in other industries and with other type of applications. Those interactions or those investments can be absorbed by the agent that has the resources and the interest to control the value chain.
All right. Gonzalo, thank you so much for your valuable insights into permission blockchains and their impact on the global food supply chain. Also, thank you for sharing the insights with the Walmart. That was very interesting to hear.
Thank you very much.
Very welcome. Thank you, Gonzalo. You're very, very welcome for our brown bag sessions here on our monthly basis. I'll send you the invite separately, but for now we're very short on time. And thank you so much for joining once again.
Thank you for the time. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. All right. Coming up next, we have a huge legal panel featuring Wong, Ilija, Rilakovic, Natalia, Momot, and Niko Demchuk. They'll dive us into the legal landscape of Web3 world and blockchain, exploring risks, insights, and strategies, everything you don't want to miss, definitely. And this session is going to be facilitated by our founder, Sasha Pitkevich. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back in 5.
Hi guys, that's the time to start the highlight of today's our legal panel, and I do hope that all our panel participants would be with me very soon. You know me, I'm Sasha Pitkevich, I'm leading blockchain professionals community. But on this hour, I would be just a moderator for our wonderful experts. We have 4 legal professionals, 4 legal experts to discuss. And I will ask our elves now to let them in. And I will just quickly name people and then they will speak a little bit about themselves. We have Eva Wong here. She's Web3 legal specialist advising the core blockchain engineering contributor to Polkadot. And I met Eva last year on Ethereum DevCon conference in Bangkok. Then we have Ilija Rilakovic, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Ilija, please forgive me and tell us how it would be later. He's lawyer and law decoded firm. And I met Ilija a week ago on ETH Belgrade. Then we have Natalia Momot, who is first like counselor at First Council. And we have Niko Demchuk, who is head of compliance consulting at IML Bot. So guys, please, in the same order, tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience, obviously connected to the topics we are going to discuss. So Web3, blockchain, DLT, all this stuff. Eva?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sasha. And so nice to see you again. As Sasha mentioned, we met at DevCon in Bangkok last year, where we saw Sasha wearing a Polkadot t-shirt and we chased her down, me and a developer in Parity as well. So we were curious to see who this person was wearing a Polkadot t-shirt. So there we were, and that's how we met. And then I did a panel on developer liability at DevCon, which makes absolute sense. And also, it's quite exciting to be from a different ecosystem, to be speaking at an Ethereum conference for developers. So a little bit about me. I will be brief. I am Eva Wong. I am the Director of Legal at Parity Technologies. I have been here for 2 and a bit years, which is a lifetime in the Web3 world, as my fellow panelists will probably attest to. And yes, we are the core contributor to Polkadot, which I hope most people know is a permissionless, decentralized blockchain protocol. And my perspective on all of these things is I look at it from a developer first perspective and from a blockchain first perspective. And we, in Parity Legal, we also do a regulatory rewind. We live stream it once a week at the moment. And we talk about all the developments in regulatory and policy, but what specifically how it impacts from a developer perspective, liability perspective, ecosystem perspective, and then more broadly around the industry. From my accent, you can tell I am based in the UK, and I am therefore English qualified. I can't possibly speak on all the other jurisdictions, but we have observations around those other jurisdictions. And I obviously, like everyone else on this panel, we're lawyers. We are not your lawyers. We can not give you specific legal advice. So all of this is just a really exciting conversation, because I'm really excited about the breadth of this panel and the other panelists, because it's not often I get to be on a legal panel. I'm usually a token legal person on a more broader industry panel, and I get to give legal insights. So here I get to speak to people in other jurisdictions and in other legal contexts. So I'm really excited to meet everybody else and to have this fantastic conversation where we share our knowledge with everyone.
Thank you, Eva. And that's exactly why we have all of you guys to cover the different parts of the world, different angles. And Ilija, mic is to you.
Hi, everyone. Sasha, you were right. You pronounced my surname correctly. I'm Ilija Rilakovic. And I met Sasha last week at ETH Belgrade. And I was not sure if I've heard Eva Wong on stage at DevCon, but now I'm I'm reassured I was in the audience last year in Bangkok. It was a great talk about developers' liability. So if you have some time, head to DevCon's YouTube channel and listen to her. So as I said, I'm Ilija. I'm based in Belgrade, Serbia, and I'm an attorney at law. I cover corporate tax and crypto law as a field of expertise. I'm also one of the organizers of ETH Belgrade conference. This year we had third edition, I think the biggest so far, with over 1,000 people. And I also have done some policy work with our Serbian blockchain association on especially on tax issues. So to wrap this up, looking forward to discussing with you all the topics we prepared for today, and I yield the floor to Sasha.
Thank you, Ilija. And I must say that Serbian Ethereum community is probably the most vibrant I ever saw. They have like every Friday mornings gathering, frequent meetups and something. And there was a wonderful warm atmosphere on ETH Belgrade last week. And over to Natalia. Natalia, please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm on the other side of the world currently, and as you can see, it's very dark here because I'm moving further to Asia, to the east part of the world. I'm Russian qualified lawyer, but sometime 10 years ago, I moved to Hong Kong, where I got qualified as well, just recently. And then from Hong Kong, I had another move further to Asia, to Singapore. So I'm based in Singapore. That's where I work. A little bit about the construct and the concept that I'm working in. First Counsel is a legal tech startup, not a startup anymore, but it's a legal tech company that helps smaller enterprises, startups, emerging tech companies. And my focus in this company is fintech, and specifically not just blockchain and Web3, but more widely fintech companies. But recently, in the recent years, in the recent 5 years, I'm mostly working with blockchain, Web3, VASP, etc. And separately, I'm also seconded to a law firm, to a Singapore law firm, where I assist a team that is covering corporate governance, compliance, and regulatory aspects of Singapore regulations and laws. Yeah.
Thank you, Natalia. We are happy to have you. We have already London, we have Serbia, we have Singapore, and now Niko, over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Niko Demchuk and I'm representing AMLBot. It's a blockchain analytics company, basically providing compliance solutions for crypto and blockchain related projects. Me myself, I'm also a lawyer. I think I will then represent Europe, since I was studying in Europe in Estonia. Now I'm based in Spain, Barcelona. And basically I was working as a lawyer in a law firm, helping crypto projects applying for a license, crypto licenses, also helping them with compliance issues. And then I moved to Big Four doing audit, AML compliance audit. And since then, I was working as an in-house lawyer for one of the biggest European crypto exchange at that point of time, Bitstamp, and now I'm in-house lawyer for a blockchain analytics company. So I think I'm working with crypto and blockchain for the past 10 years from different angle, as a lawyer, as a compliance specialist. We do also have a lot of customers from Web3 industry, so that's why I'm following what is going on there, what are the trends, and plus I also participate in NATBA Association, where we discuss all the new trends, all the initiative from different countries, how they would want to regulate cryptocurrency, blockchain, or even now they start looking at DeFi sector.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the introduction. And now is the time for our first, I will say, warm-up question. And that's obvious. Like when we are currently looking to all the regulatory frameworks which are varying widely country by country, how can potential Web3 project navigate compliance while still fostering the innovation globally? Yesterday, we had a wonderful discussion with Alistair Brown, who is like head of open banking, and we were discussing stable coins and CDBC. And there was a question from a public, what prevents now the rapid adoption? And their answer was, what? Legal frameworks. Guys, please share your opinion. Yeah. Who can start? Probably Natalia.
Yeah, sure. I can start from the smallest jurisdictions, but in the world that adopted regulatory framework towards virtual asset service providers and virtual assets regulating this area. And with the fastest adoption, what I've also seen in the past few years since the Payment Services Act came in force, that the move of projects, of Web3 based projects, of blockchain projects, of DeFi from other jurisdictions to Singapore slowed down, maybe because while the regulator started with the started one of the first regulating this this area, but also it is currently seen more as on the stricter side of the regulators, especially with not just regulating for AML purposes, but also regulating for the consumer protection, technology risk management, etc., etc. So it's like it's adding up a lot more requirements and regulations to the entities that are regulated in Singapore. What I've seen also recently with this seemingly stricter approach in Singapore is that a lot of startups, while they still have a base in Singapore, they start either gradually. For example, they start their projects gradually in a stage-based approach. For example, they don't want to be regulated at first, so they will start as a software or IT company, and then they will at the next stage they will look at the jurisdictions where the regulators are more favorable and maybe the regulations are less strict comparing to Singapore, to get their first licenses and to get their first foot in the market, and in order to understand whether their project will be interesting enough or profitable enough, etc. And then when they are ready, they go to the jurisdictions where the regulations are mature, strict, and the projects are aware that they are able to comply with all the requirements. This is one of the approaches that I've seen among our clients, amongst my clients. Another approach that I've also seen is the layering compliance or layering approach. For example, if the project wants to ensure that it is doing everything in compliance with the regulations, it will seek legal opinions. It will ensure that it has some sort of compliance framework from the beginning, in order to for this framework to then grow, like the processes, procedures, etc., to then develop together with the development of the project or with the development of the company, and going globally to more countries and more jurisdictions. Yeah, so these are the two approaches that I'm seeing currently amongst the Web3 projects, not just Web3, but fintech projects that are touching on blockchain and trying to navigate and balance between maturing regulations, more compliance, more requirements, and at the same time, the development of what they want to achieve, basically, with their projects.
Thank you, Natalia. Ilija, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I agree with Natalia. I signed everything, and I would add only that navigating in today would be more like navigating through minefield because of all of the pieces of regulation that are currently present. So I think that many projects do forum shopping. So looking what every jurisdiction has and picking what's the most favorable for them. So that would be some hybrid approach between those two that Natalia mentioned. But in any case, I think it would be wise, like cost-benefit analysis-wise, to evaluate what you build, what is your service or product about, and ask for opinion before you go to market in order to avoid overly high compliance costs and potentially to avoid fines. That's my stance.
Thank you. And Niko, probably add something on your side?
Yes, I do, and maybe I would say I would disagree a bit with my previous speakers, and also maybe disagree with you when you say that when you ask the audience what is the constraints for development of Web3 industry, and they said legal, because I honestly do not see it as a constraint. Just to be clear, yes, when we are talking about Web3 industry, what we mean? We mean the decentralized nature. We mean that the user holds his own fund, he has his own wallet. We mean DeFi arrangements, DAO organizations. So basically, it's very difficult to identify who is a central point that provides a service. And to my knowledge, since I've also participated in different working groups, this DeFi sector, Web3 sector, is totally unregulated at the moment. So that's why we have so many DeFi protocols. They develop themselves, they work, they function, and they really do not need to do anything because there is no legal requirements to them. There is no licensing, there is no AML obligations to them, nothing. So that's what, if we're talking about this legal perspective. So as a lawyer, to be honest, at that point of time now, I do not see any legal constraint if you're talking about true Web3 projects that are truly decentralized, consist of DAOs, consist of smart contracts, etc. But what I see also, what is happening, the different countries started to look at it at the moment. So they started to actually learn what's DeFi, how it affects financial system, etc. And we have initiatives and some reports. For example, US, they did their own analysis, what is DeFi, and they issued its own report where they say that so many criminals, when they steal cryptocurrency or somehow they manage to receive illegal cryptocurrency, they go to DeFi sectors to use them in order to launder crypto assets. So that's why this summary, this actually recommendation says that DeFi sector, maybe the legislative authorities of USA needs to look at it and impose AML KYC implication on the DeFi sector. Also in Europe, MiCA, for example, we have the regulation very clearly states that DeFi is not regulated. So DeFi does not fall under the MiCA. They do not need to comply for a license. They do not need to be obliged under AML KYC. What is interesting also, when it comes to Europe, that they try to regulate. For example, DAO was tried when it was a draft legislation for the anti-money laundering regulation. In one of the first drafts, there was an article saying that DAO should actually also be obliged to conduct AML KYC processes and face customers. But then in the final draft of this law, it was removed because honestly, it's really difficult to implement at the moment. And the initiative of the regulation if I would say. Maybe it's coming from the first, let's say, organizations that started to speaking about this is a FAT, yes, in their updated guidelines on risk-based approach on virtual asset and virtual asset service providers. They say that when they were analyzing DeFi and Web3, they say, yes, we see that it's a decentralized project, so it's difficult to find this central authority who provides the services. But in some cases, and especially at the very beginning of the DeFi protocol, it's still someone who controls or has sufficient influence on the development of the project. So this someone might need to be registered as a WASP and then also comply with other requirements. But we see it only as a FAT recommendation. At the moment, I don't see that it comes through in any countries in the world. So from my point of view, as such as legal constraint, there is none for DeFi or Web3 projects. There are some risks that needs to be taken into consideration because DeFi project can still be sanctioned. We saw it at Tornado Cash, we saw it at different other projects, and I will talk about them a bit later. But like a clear regulation that DeFi needs to have a license or needs to comply with some requirements, at the moment I don't see it. And I'm in favor of this. We do not need regulation at this moment of time for DeFi because it will hinder innovation. DeFi is in very infancy state. It needs to develop, and at the moment to adopt any regulation would actually kill the innovation from my point of view. But it needs to be self-regulation, and I will talk about this a bit later.
Guys, I love our discussion because basically when I was saying that the most of the companies are scared with the adoption, that's because, when there is no clear rules, there are two approaches, because some people think that if there are no rules, that it's forbidden and it's better not to go there. And some people think that it's allowed and let's go there. And we exactly see that in the discussion. And that's basically nicely leaded. And Niko, thank you for you really paved the path to the next question. And the next question is, how can Web3 startups structure DAOs to mitigate legal liabilities while maintaining decentralized governance? Because it's not a secret. When we are shaping the true Web3 project, we need to manage that. And when it's true and core crypto and Web3, we want to have that decentralized. And then we're establishing DAO. And yes, I understand the opinions about allowed, not allowed, but guys, I need your opinion, and probably Eva, I will ask you. Tell me, what do you think about this, also from a parity point of view and from your experience point of view? What is advice to structure DAO?
Well, very interesting and lively discussion already. Thank you, Niko and Ilija and Natalia. I love this panel. I love the fact that we get controversial straight away, and I'm going to be not controversial. I actually agree with all of you, and I think lawyers will always say, talk to the lawyers, let's have some legal clarity, but that is true. But I also think Niko is right, because to some extent, if you don't have the regulation, or if the regulation specifically doesn't address something, then it feels like, it's not the wild, wild west. It is more, you can innovate until you can't. But that balance is quite a scary one for innovators and for builders. And I just wanted to kind of reflect a little bit on that first before I talk about the DAO structure, because that's possibly one of the solutions. And I think if we take a step back from blockchain, but you think about any emerging tech, that's the same pattern, isn't it? You get new technology and you get, oh my God, what can it do? How is it going to impact people? Who do we need to protect? And different countries respond to it with different means, depending on what they perceive to be the social risk to their particular country. So with Web2, we saw that Europe came up with, the big concerns around privacy when Web2 came about. Europe responded with GDPR, just as Europe has responded to crypto digital assets with MiCA. It's setting about this sort of global standard of harmonized, it's setting the European standard, which then is such a high bar that it almost becomes a global standard for some compliance. And I think there's similarities there, because in the rest of the world, for example, Singapore and Hong Kong and the UK to some extent, it's about looking at the financial services impact of blockchain and digital assets. And the response from the regulatory perspective has been from a financial services perspective, almost. I'm hugely generalizing here. And from some other parts of the world, it's been more about consumer protection, because it's about crypto adoption and the harm that has been associated with some famous scams, for example. So that's just a reflection on innovation versus how the regulation follows where the harm is perceived. In relation to DAOs, I guess it's sort of seen as one of the, because jurisdictionally it is difficult. Blockchain specifically is such a global concept. It is hard to pinpoint who to sue, where to sue, and what the damage is and how it has been caused. And this is very much to Niko's point, I think. Finding a entity responsible or a person responsible when it comes to immutable smart contracts and how they're executed and where the damage is caused. For lawyers, it's almost like it's either explodes people's minds or it makes you really excited because you want to think about how this construct will work. And DAOs, by their nature, are, most people will know, they're decentralized, they're autonomous, and they're organizations. But how can being in a DAO either protect you or not protect you? That is not always very clear. So I'll just pause on that for one moment, because I don't know the full knowledge of the audience here, because we can't see them, we don't know where they come from. So I don't want to go too far into DAOs and smart contracts and the case law, but there is certainly a perception that being in a DAO would protect a person from by participating in a DAO, you're not going to be legally accountable. That isn't necessarily always the case, certainly in some jurisdictions more than others. So there is not a lot of case law about this, which is why it's exciting. And it does seem to be the case that in the US, there are at least 2 cases where participation in a DAO, so the Uki DAO case and the Lido DAO case, has shown that it is possible for, there's nuances around this, it is possible for a participation in a DAO to be considered still legally accountable. There are nuances around this, and I would say that that's why, in some ways, incorporation of a DAO is actually protects the participants more, because it sets a corporate entity to represent that DAO. I will pause there and let the others reflect back, and we can continue this conversation around DAOs and DAO liability. But it is definitely not an automatic fix for innovation without precaution.
Guys, any addition?
Well, just a short remark. I think that once you have a legal wrapper around DAO, which certainly is useful, then I think that you kill the centralized part of DAO, because you have single point of contact or failure for that DAO, and how do you then, of course, there is a question, how do you enforce governance votes if that particular representative or shareholder, because somebody has to incorporate that entity, does not comply. So just consideration, I'm not pointing that legal wrappers are bad, just that there is another perspective to take into account.
And also, I can also add here, in my previous message, I was saying that it's not regulated, Web3 or DeFi protocols, etc., but it doesn't mean that they cannot have liability. Especially there are many cases where we see a active participation on OFAC from the US, and in this case, as with the Tornado Cash, it's totally a decentralized protocol that is used for mixing. It's a mixer, but nevertheless, just because in US, in OFAC, they saw that so many criminals are using this protocol to launder money, they put this protocol under sanctions. Yeah, it's a totally different story that now it was a decision and now it's not sanctioned anymore. But still, the developers, who develop such a protocol, now they are charged with criminal liability, and the court hearing is still ongoing in the US. So even though that it's not kind of clearly, no, it's not regulated, and it's not clearly regulated, but still, even in some cases, developers can be liable if their protocols are known or largely used for some illegal activities.
Absolutely,
Thank
Niko.
you.
And developer liability is very much, sorry, Sasha, I was just going to jump straight into developer liability.
I was saying that we will pose still the development liability because we are going to discuss that too. But
Let's do
well,
that.
I want to structureize that like we are slowly coming down to the developers, like users and developers. But first, I need to look like at aspects of the solution because we were asking DAOs, and now we need to ask about the assets, because that's another area where there are a lot of legal questions. And for me, I think we have the community and we had a lot of questions there about the token classification, this famous discussion where like utility versus security tokens and how to approach that legally, and like basically to avoid the regulatory pitfalls, because the majority, I think the charges so far and the majority of the strangles were actually around the assets, around like security tokens, utility tokens, and there are a lot of discussions in the development. We are slowly coming like to all the parts of the solution, but currently let's stay a little bit on like on the concept. DAO, then the tokens, and then we are gradually coming to users and developers. Yeah, and probably Natalia.
Yeah, sure. I can start with this. I still remember the times when the legal opinions were issued on the very first ICOs, and when the lawyers, the only tools that they had, basically it was Howey test, and there are some guides to the digital token offerings. For example, in Singapore, that was issued very fast, very promptly by the regulator, by MAS, where they were just distinguishing between utility tokens and security tokens, and it was like 5-pager document. But with time, what we are seeing is that a lot of regulators are moving towards substance over form approach, and there is what we are seeing, especially in Singapore, is there is more clarifications. There are a lot more clarifications from the regulators towards what they consider security tokens, or how to distinguish between security, what is going to be securities, what is going to be utility. There is another type. There are other 2 types of tokens that are added into equation, which are payment tokens that are also regulated currently in Singapore, and the definition is set as such that it looks like any token that is not a security token, but it has some utilization as a medium of exchange, which is accepted by a sector of public. So they even limited it to a sector of public. It can be treated as a payment token. Of course, the issuance of payment tokens is not regulated yet, unless these are stable coins, etc. But if the project is not managing, but dealing in these tokens, then it can be regulated. So so the foremost is that substance over form. So you cannot just call your token utility token and just think that you will not be caught by securities laws or some other laws on payments laws and regulations, or especially if your tokens, for example, asset backed, this is another type of tokens that are also currently regulated, at least in Singapore, if they're backed by precious stones, precious metals, for example, gold-backed tokens. That was there was a time, some period of time, at least in Singapore, where such tokens were very popular to be issued and to be dealt with. So the regulators came with another set of regulations to regulate the issuers and dealers in such tokens. So what the developers can do is be very careful with the functionalities of the tokens to make sure that the functionalities are pure utility functions if they don't want to be regulated, or if they don't want to issue securities, or they don't want to be caught by the securities laws that require the prospectus to be the issuance of the tokens to be supported by prospectus or other regulatory requirements. Such things like very simple things, like very straightforward things, like avoiding words that are related to investments or promise of some profits with the use and the issuance and utilization of the tokens. These are the most, like, the very first level of the security against being qualified as securities tokens or payments tokens. Yeah, so I think that's the basis, and that's what is now where the regulators are going into. They are looking into how the tokens are functioning, not just by themselves, but within the ecosystem, within the community, how they are accepted by the community. And for example, if they are accepted by the majority of the public, they may be considered as payments, as a mode of payment, and then they will become payment tokens, well, at least in Singapore. And if anyone else has, from the colleagues here, has anything else to add, I'll be happy to pass the floor.
I've
Yeah, I
seen
would,
Ilija nodding the head. Yes, please.
So just to add something on communication of the teams, because what Natalia said about substance over form, I would say that would be a second step or second layer of protection. First layer of protection for projects who issue tokens should be marketing and their communications, because as Natalia said, it's very tricky and sensitive what you say, and who from your team says something, like promising yields, APYs, high returns on investment, promising that or stating the token will rise in value, that you will list it on some exchanges. That's very, very, very sensitive, and that's what draws attention of regulators. And why this matters, because since the beginning of year, I think by March or February, I lost the count, 3 million of different tokens have been launched. So that number is even higher now in June. So I would say that regulators will first look into those projects and teams that promise those sensitive things that would fall under securities law, because there are so many tokens, so many projects, and regulators and their staff can only focus on very few that are most notorious, or those who evidently look like they're in a breach of some regulations. That would be my take on securities versus utility tokens.
Thank you. Eva, Niko, would you like to add something? Okay, then we are moving to the next question, and I would like to cover IML topic because we all know that there is FAT with its travel rule and with its recommendations, and the majority of the countries are listening to what FAT, probably slowly, probably creating recommendations slowly, but anyway, we will need to know what are the implications of IML and KYC regulations for DeFi platforms, and how can they balance compliance with decentralization? Again, we want a decentralization, we want anonymity, and there is a KYC. From one point of view, like for example, EPAM participated in developing the OpenVAS protocol, and our implementation of OpenVAS protocol is that we are going over the Ethereum network, but we are not spoiling everything. We are just like using Whisper to transmit the originator and receiver of the transactions, but only those who involved in the transaction will know. So at least we are not exposing that to the whole network. But there are a lot of other solutions, and there are a lot of there is a need to balance the clarity and anonymity. Do we have anyone willing to speak about that?
Yeah, I can start since I work in this dimension, anti-money laundering. So when it comes to DeFi, yes, I mentioned before, so usually they're not regulated. There is no requirement for them to follow any KYC, AML processes, but they can still be liable, as we see, for example, developers, and it would be interesting to hear what Eva would be saying about developers' liability. So that's why what we see in the market, that it could be two solutions, yes? The first one that DeFi can do is that, okay, they can implement some KYC layer. There's two ways to do it. They can do it inside their code. So regardless who will be using the protocol will still need to be verified and identified. And this is less probable way of development because it would definitely create disadvantages if compared to other protocols that don't use this in the code. So that's why there is another way to handle it is just to put it as an intermediary layer as a front end, let's say. And we already have cases, for example, if I'm not mistaken, there are some liquidity decentralized pool that identify, verify the clients in order to allow them to access it. So we already have these cases in place. But still, I would not go that much in terms of KYC, like real identification, verification, and DeFi collecting information about the customer. I think this is not viable at the moment because there is a lot of big issues coming out of the data protection laws and regulation. But what we see in the market, since we do sell this KYT software, that many DeFi protocols started to implement blockchain solutions, meaning they check the address that connects to their protocol, whether that address has some risk, for example, sanctions, or whether the address was dealing before with some illegal cryptocurrency, etc. And on the basis of this, they can decide whether they can allow this address, this person to connect and use the protocol or not. So this could be one of the possible ways how they can mitigate risk, for example, of those who wants to launder money using the protocol, or for those who wants to evade sanctions, etc. So that would be maybe one of the first steps to do when we talk about DeFi protocols. And when it comes to KYC data, I would not want this to be imposed on DeFi protocols. It should be rather imposed on those centralized businesses that do off-ramp, on-ramp, meaning if there is funds coming from DeFi to off-ramp to on-ramp solutions, that's where the person needs to be identified and verified. But yeah, importance on DeFi protocols, I don't think it's viable at the moment. Another solutions, for example, if there is not only use blockchain analytics and to know if only the address has some risk, but also to be sure that also the person does not have any risk, is for DeFi protocol to use zero-knowledge protocol, meaning that there are different companies who does it, that basically they just receive a token, let's say, and the token that shows the DeFi protocol that this person was verified, identified by another external company. And if the verification and identification is good, for example, no sanctions, the person is above 18 years old, so they can actually do some financial transactions, then this token can be sent to DeFi protocol, and DeFi protocol just receives the token. They don't know who this person is and allows this person to use the protocol. So that's what I see kind of solutions. How can this AML KYC risk can be mitigated by DeFi protocol and for the development?
Well, I love this the recently mentioned solution, because as a developers, we are constantly offering that to our clients who are scared. But well, because of the technology novelty, like the traditional financial institutions are reluctant to use the key methods, but we do hope that this year, next year, like very time soon, it would come into the everyday practice. And Eva, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, I was very much from the tech perspective. It's very much about zero knowledge proofs at the moment, and proof of personhood, proof of humanity, proof of humanness. I think there's a lot of that coming around in the space, not just in Polkadot, but in the other protocols as well. So there's a lot to see how that works there. But the other thing that kind of triggered my mind was most recently, I think most of you will have seen the European Data Protection Board's guidelines on data protection and blockchain. So that's another one to look at, because yes, we're coming up with technical solutions, but the regulators are coming up with other things to help us confuse our minds and see. I mean, I don't know how that's going to work with ZK protocols and proof of personhood, because the very existence of blockchains might be at risk because of the nature of the data that the guidelines are currently saying could be seen as personal data and should be subject to GDPR, including the right to be, including deletion. So there's what we're thinking as technical solutions, and then there's the regulators, and there at some point there has to be conversations and education to be had there. So that was my only thought on what Niko was saying around AML. It's very exciting. It's an exciting place to be, because there are tensions between, you know, law enforcement and very legitimate reasons to be seeking using privacy versus law enforcement. It's always going to be a constant battle. Web 2 world, and now in the Web 3 world.
I keep saying that I love our discussion, but let's slowly move, because I'm also time conscious. We can, I think, talk forever, but we're all limited in time. So I would like to move to the user protection and what actually should be developed for users to safeguard their privacy and data in a decentralized Web3 environment. Consider global data protection law and everything which you just mentioned, because there are quite strict regulations, and depending on the industry where a solution is being applied, because it's not always money. Sometimes there are ideas to implement decentralized solutions to the medical services and to something of that. And well, I'm looking to your faces. Who wants to speak about that? Ilija?
Yeah, I can start off. Although I've already mentioned issues with guidelines from European Data Protection Board, but yeah, just to like a general framework, data protection and blockchain are maybe at odds because blockchains are by design transparent, while data protection should preserve anonymity. On the other side, blockchain users are usually able to retain their pseudo-anonymity. The issue with guidelines from European Data Protection Board is that they overreach and overextend applicability of GDPR because according to them, wallet addresses are personal data. Validator nodes could violate GDPR, and smart contracts need human overrides. Besides, they prefer private blockchains over public blockchains because they see them as non-compliant. So taken to the extreme, this body, these guidelines, suggests that if you are not able to erase data from your users, then full deletion of blockchains are mandatory. And as I said, public blockchains are discouraged over permissioned. And that can show global validators industry. And besides that, it can ruin all the hard work that regulators have done and the European legislator for MiCA to come into effect. I'm not sure what was the intention with such guidelines, whether it was malicious or something related to ignorance, but it really makes life difficult for my fellow colleagues in Europe, and potentially, if the issue is not resolved, for developers as well.
Nika, do you have something to add to that?
I agree with my colleagues, and at INADVA, for example, we also analyze these guidelines made by European Data Protection Board, and we were very concerned. First of all, when they say that public blockchain would most probably be not compliant with GDPR, so they actually lobby to use permission blockchain. And also, how do they qualify hashes of data? But they say that hash can be considered a personal data. That they disregard completely technologies such as zero knowledge, ZK, zero knowledge proof, and other privacy-enhancing technology. So I think we even prepared our own commentaries and sent them. And I agree also with Eva that it should be the communication between private sector, between the technology specialist, with the representation of another regulatory authorities, where they can actually prove that the public blockchain and another technology can actually benefit data protection. And maybe in some cases, it should not be just blindly applied to them, but there should be some still flexible approach, understanding, and also even when it comes to the right to erasure, yes, which is, if you will think, it's not possible when it comes to blockchain, because what happens in the blockchain stays in the blockchain for forever. But there are still technologies when, for example, if it comes to, there is private public keys, the private keys can be made invalid, or the hash. There is something that is still, even though the blockchain gives you this functions that you cannot erase anything, but there is still some other technologies that can make the link with hashes and personal data impossible over there.
Well, I'm fully with you here, and as a leading the developers and leading a lot of developers, that's what is a pain. Even 5 years ago, I was living in Europe at that time, and I was discussing this wonderful situation with auditing organization where, yes, indeed, hash on a personal data considered to be a personal data. And when I tried to find any reason, any explanation, because everybody knows it's not possible to derive anything from a hash. And still, that's a personal data. And still, the rule to be deleted, like we were implementing the solution. There was still private blockchain, but it's perfectly applicable. It was EVM blockchain, where we've implemented the hierarchy of the keys and where the a rule like the deletion of the data was implementing as a key revocation with the proof, which means that you cannot access this data at all. And it was fine with the legal stuff, because it was like there was a solution for the pension system. And you could imagine that's the data stored for 80 years and all of this. So technically it's possible, but the cost of developing this solution appeared to be at least 4 or 5 times more than just developing a blockchain solution, because of all those complexities, which are ridiculous in some cases. Yes, and we all know the nature of the blockchain. So I do believe that quite some work of explaining needs to be done. But we all are coming to the most beloved, probably, topic, and that's the developer's liability. And that's what I really would like to discuss here, because there are a lot of developers watching us. And my question is, guys, you all are experienced. What legal risks to developers, do developers face regarding smart contracts vulnerabilities and potential liabilities once, I will just throw you this developer's liability, and please share your opinions, because I'm sure there are a lot of developers who are listening to us and they need to understand this topic much more.
I can start. Well, considering I'm going from the developer perspective. So welcome, developers. We love you because you are the builders who build and make this possible. Without you, lawyers would have nothing to opine about when it comes to blockchain. So keep building, and we keep trying to keep people safe when you innovate and when you build. Now, we are very short on time. And as you know, I did a whole talk about this in November at DevCon. So you can just listen to my talk from then. It is, of course, 6 months ago now, and not everything, quite a lot has moved on since then. So I don't want to go through every single point, because we've only got 4 minutes left, and I want other people to have the opportunity to opine on it as well. But obviously there's contract, there's negligence, there's duty of care, fiduciary duties potentially, regulatory risks, product liability risk, and an individual's participation through DAO, which we already mentioned at the beginning, which could create liabilities for a developer in with their different hats on, because you could be a developer in many different contexts. So that's my DevCon talk in 30 seconds. What's changed since then, I think quite significantly, is the regulatory landscape, more so in the US, and the enforcement landscape in the US. So I will quickly just touch upon that, because we talked about Tornado Cash. Tornado Cash is a big case in the US, but also in the Netherlands. And the changes here is that last November, there was a case which meant that the courts held that immutable smart contracts were not considered to be property that could be owned or controlled by an individual, and therefore Tornado Cash, as a decentralized protocol, was acted without a central authority and without a person that could be sanctioned, and without property that can be sanctioned. That case was dropped, and OFAC was no longer could sanction Tornado Cash. That was, in a nutshell, a lot of legal stuff going on there. But what it doesn't mean, though, is that the developers are off the hook entirely. It just means that that bit is quite precedent setting, and it will impact the developer liability case for both Roman Storm in the US, but also Alexei in Putsev in the Netherlands. And both of those cases are still going to court. In the US, the other update is that the Department of Justice, the enforcement arm, so to speak, of the criminal case for Roman Storm, issued a memo, a briefing, Todd Blanche, this was in April, which basically said that they are reviewing the focus of their enforcement. And that is nuanced, because it doesn't mean that they're going to stop enforcing certain types of crypto-related cases or privacy mixers. It just means that they might be looking at it slightly differently, with a different perspective. And they are still enforcing, so it's not like a complete carte blanche by Todd Blanche, but it's we're going to look at things slightly differently, because it's a different regime and it's a different outlook on the industry now. So I'm going to stop there, because I could literally talk hours about this, because it is my job to protect the developers in my company, and therefore I share the education that I know and the knowledge that I know to developers everywhere else as well.
Guys, we still have 6 minutes. Does anyone wants to add anything, or shall we ask the public questions, which probably sticking somewhere? What is your opinion? Would you like to add to this?
What are the public questions? I mean,
okay.
please.
Yeah. Dear elves, yeah. Do you see the question, right? Shall I phrase that probably for somebody who is listening, just listening? Could a DAO utilize a nominee-managed, headless Bermuda company to oversee its operations and safeguard its intellectual property? And what are the best practices and recommendations would you offer?
I could have a general go at this, but this is like asking for legal advice. So this is me saying, if you came to me, I would have to charge an hourly rate of X, and it would take a couple of weeks, and also ask lots more questions before one would answer that specific question with sufficient substance to protect the person asking the question. But I would say, I don't know what the Bermuda regulations are around DAOs, so maybe someone else does, but I would say its operations and safeguarding its intellectual property. There's a difference between even within a DAO, there can be different levels of decision making that you might want to consider. So it's not Bermuda specific, but a DAO can protect the participants better if you consider the different levels of governance. So technical versus voting on big strategic changes to the organization, for example, or product launches. So I'd say, could a DAO do that? Maybe. That's what lawyers like to say. Maybe. It depends. Anyone else?
Okay, we answered the question, seems to be. Dear elves, do we have another question? How do industry groups influence blockchain rules, and should companies join them? Anyone?
I can add something to this. On a European level, as Niko said, there is in ADBA, it's association. Not sure how do you approach them. They are advocates for better crypto regulations, and also great job that European Crypto Initiative does on all levels. So to begin with, just reach out and look if you can support them in any ways, either financially or with your expertise or connections to regulators or legislators. Every bit counts. I don't know about other continents, but they do very difficult and important job.
Just to add to that, there's blockchain for Europe as well that we're aware of, and in the UK there's Crypto UK. In the US, we are aware of a lot of activities, particularly in support of like Tornado Cash and developers, for example, from the DeFi Education Fund, Crypto something Alliance, and there's Blockchain Association, there's Coin Center. There are many organizations that try to advocate and also to provide education specifically. And I think there was a latest addition to the latest the Clarity Act. There was another addition to the Clarity Act, which was intended to help protect software developers, that was added either last week or earlier this week, through some of the advocacy work that had been provided by some of these organizations. So I would have to go and double check that, but it was there's a lot of work that goes on the US side, certainly, to help educate the lawmakers.
Guys, we are at the end of our conversation, and it was a true pleasure to talk to you, to have you here, and to have your wisdom and the wonderful discussion. I like the controversy in the discussion. And if I may, I will reserve the possibility, because we are in contact with you, we will collect all the questions which are coming and we will post it to you. And if you will have time and desire to answer that, and we all know, and we are repeating one more time, we are not giving any legal advices here. We are sharing opinions, and they shouldn't be used as a legal advice. But thank you, and we are very proud that you found the time to come to us and to discuss that. And thank you, guys. Enjoy your day, and that was a remarkable conversation.
Thank you,
Thank
Sasha.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Hope to see you.
Hi, welcome back again, everyone. My name is Daniel Simpson. I'm a core member of blockchain practice EPAM Systems, and I'll be your moderator for this upcoming session. Hope you're enjoying the great talks and discussion panels from today. For this upcoming session, we're going to explore how trust is the new currency and why brand and founder reputation matter more than ever. Our speaker is Silvia, who is CEO and founder of a branding and communications firm based in Dubai. Before I hand over to Silvia, I'd like to encourage our audience to leave any questions or discussion points for our speaker on the YouTube chat, and we'll do our best to get to them at some point towards the end of the session. So Silvia, welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for inviting me today. I've been the last week a little bit sick, so I was like, okay, let's see if I can come, because I confined today last minute, but yeah, finally I could make it. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me today. Today we'll talk about trust. What is trust? Think about it. We often obsess over code, tokens, and tech, but at the end of the day, what defines a success or a failure of a Web3 project is trust. I don't know you, but I've seen many projects with brilliant technology failing because nobody trusts them. And then I saw some not that more modest projects succeed beyond expectations because the founders earn a trust from their community. So in this presentation, I will explain why trust is truly the new currency in Web3 and beyond. We will explore how your personal reputation as a founder and your project's brand reputation can make or break your success. Also, we will dive into the psychology of trust and practical frameworks like the trust triangle. And also, I'm going to give you at the end some actionable advice on how to build, earn, and safeguard your trust in your own projects. So let's start. First of all, let me go to the next slide. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. This is Silvia Mogas. I have a more than 20 years career in marketing. I am former marketing director by Hilton Hotels. Back in 2019, I left the job. So I'm Spanish. I suppose you can tell a little bit with my accent, but I lived abroad for many years. So I lived in the UK, I live in Singapore, Indonesia, in Dubai, and now I'm a little bit in transition between Dubai and New York. I'm originally from Barcelona. I've been in the Web3 space for 6 years. So I got introduced in the blockchain space when I was living in Singapore. I am former CMO of some projects like in Modify Fair Labs. We launched NFT collections, a marketplace of NFTs with some DGs. And after the last bull market, we started a recession. So I started my company during the bear market. It was called, well, it's called still Blockchain Marketing Boutique. What we do in the agency is we do end-to-end marketing services, full stack marketing. We help with marketing and PR. And on one of our services that we are most proud is personal branding, because at this stage, we think that it's what the founder is the brand. So we need to have a very good reputation, the founder, to be able to succeed in this space. Also, this company is part of the hub BNB Web3 Ventures. In this hub, we do education for universities. We also do events. And yes, so we work as well with a tech stack to be able to introduce this technology to Web2 companies, because we position as well as a lot between Web2 and Web3. So it's a little bit overall. So we do a lot as well. We, in the Web3 space, most of us, we are multitasking and multi-time founders. Let's start. Why trust and why now? So let's start with the big picture. So we are at the moment in a time where trust is crucial. And it's extremely fragile and extremely vital when we talk about our projects. Over the last few years, public trust in institutions and technology has been shaken. In crypto and Web3 especially, we had some scandals that left a trust deficit. If I ask you some scams or failures in the last few years, I believe you can have so many names on your mind. I decided to don't say these names, so I leave you brainstorming a little bit. And I think this doesn't help the other projects who are building real solutions. But we can fix this building and having a good reputation. According to the 2023 Edelman Trust Barometer, Global Trust in Cryptocurrency, only around 1/3 of the people say that trust in crypto companies, they think that these people are doing right. So people don't trust with crypto companies. And this only 1/3. So this is a very low number. And for me, it's a wake-up call. For all of us building in this space, we need to do something. Because trust is the foundation of adoption. If people don't trust a system or the people behind it, they simply won't use it. It doesn't matter how revolutionary your DApp is or your protocol. Without trust, you won't have users, investors, or community. In Web3, we are asking people to embrace new technologies and familiar models of value. It's a public trust of our ecosystem. They will hesitate if we don't do that properly. They will hesitate to join us. This is basically what is happening. So for this reason, the mass adoption is really, really slow. So as a Web3 founders and community leaders, we must recognize that earning trust is a priority number one. Everything we send, every promise we make, we have to accomplish it. So why now? We need to focus on this. Because after this ends and the ups and downs of the recent years, the trust has become a scarcest and most precious asset. Founders and brands who are trusted will succeed even in bear markets. In short, now is time to double down our trust. Now, I'm going to give you some figures. 77% of the consumers are more likely to buy from a company if the CEO is active on social media, and 82% of people trust more on a company that their executives are visible and active online. Not when cheap and update, not when race around, but when they show up consistently. Consistency is key. And finally, 92% of people trust recommendations from people over brand messaging. So if we are still hiding behind your product and letting the product call speak for itself, you are leaving trust and adoption on the table. Your face, your values, your story, that's what people believe in. In Web3, founder presence is a nice to have. It's a growth channel and a trust engine. I love this slide. Web3 is often described with a curious term, trustless. So we hear that blockchains enable trustless transactions, meaning you don't need to trust middlemen like a bank because cryptocurrency and code do the work. That's true, but it only tells half of the story. We're a paradox here. The less we have to trust centralized systems, the more important personal and community trust becomes. In this centralized ecosystem, we remove traditional gatekeepers, but it also means that they are not established institutions to guarantee credibility. So we stop trusting bankers, but we start trusting code, developers, auditors, and community governance. Here my brain explodes because I'm thinking that we are creating something so new and we don't have anything sustainable to trust. So now I'm thinking, many Web3 founders, I don't know if it happens to you, but I spoke with many Web3 founders during calls and I don't see their face. Most of them, they have pseudonyms. You don't know who is really behind it. So traditional reputation often aren't present in permissionless economy. This creates a massive trust gap. Users and investors struggle to know how to trust when identities are hidden or fluid. So the Web3 paradox is this. We have built systems designed to require less trust in theory, yet in practice, people crave trust more than ever. If a project code is open source, but we don't trust the team maintaining it, you will use it? I wouldn't. If a transaction is trustless, but we suspect the platform is insecure or the founders might run off, we will hesitate. Understanding this paradox means as founders, we have to bridge this trust gap. We, the builders, must become the trust pillars for our communities. And this starts with our reputation. The founder reputation. I want to talk with this very, very deeply because in Web3, a founder's personal reputation is the biggest trust factor for your project. Why? Because people don't just invest in ideas. They invest in people, especially in the decentralized environment. My community and stakeholders will look directly to you as a trusted point. If they feel that they know you, believe you, and align with your values, they will trust your project. If you are an enigma or a question mark, it might be much harder to sell. In my experience as a Web3 marketer, I've seen this time and again and again and again. Projects with charismatic, transparent founders tend to gain more traction faster. And it's not about just ego, it's about credibility. It's what we are looking for, to be trusted in that space. As founders, we need to step forward and put the face of these projects. And this means communicating openly, sharing our why, our ikigai, our mission, and even being a bit vulnerable sometimes. One of the tips always I say to my founders is like, tell them what are you doing, what are you, the challenges are you facing, because then you are making more human. So the community wants to know who you are, what do you stand for? Will you be there if the things get tough? For example, I don't know if you remember some months ago, we had the Bybit hack. So 1.5 billion get hacked in Bybit. So it was very good for the CEO, Ben Zhu. I don't know if I pronounced properly. He acted fast, publicly acknowledging the breach and explaining what was the cause. And he assured that the users will get back the funds back. So that was really, really good. Also, he launched the Lazarus Bounty program to find this money where it was around. So this response was a really good example of founder leadership because it demonstrated that the 3 pillars of trust. So the 3 pillars of trust are authenticity. He showed up personally. He was fast. He didn't hide behind a PR team. He used his own voice in social media to address to the community. He asked questions and he answered the questions as well. He explained what happened exactly, and he always was user first. So he promised that all user funds were safe and covered by Bybit. And people were much safer, feel much safer and trusted with this exchange. And here is, for me, the takeaway. Your personal brand and behavior as a founder don't just influence your project. They define it. If you are honest, consistent, and present, people feel that. If you vanish when things get hard, they feel that too. So another example is we launched a token, one of my former projects, and the project after TG didn't perform that well because we were starting in the bear market. And I was a CMO there. So my former CEO, he was always showing up with the community, doing AMAs, explaining what's going on and what we were doing to improve the token. So it's another example that a smaller project can do that as well. I told you that Bybit, but another project that was small who could do it. So because in Web3, we don't have a long corporate stories or compliance layers to fall back on. So we need to trust with the founders, and the founders are our trust layer. We are not just the builders, we are the storytellers, the chief trust officers, and we are the emotional point of our community. And it's not just a vanity because most of my founders say that, oh, I don't want to be there, I don't want to be faced. I don't have this ego. It's to show visibility, leadership, and when you consistently show up, you share what you think, and you admit as well publicly when you are wrong, and bring people into your process, building in building in public, they say, no? So you just don't build hype, you build belief as well. And belief is what sustains projects through market cycles. Because at the end of the day, people don't follow roadmaps, they follow people and they follow you. And of course, your reputation. And remember this, in this space is your most powerful asset. So a little bit of love now. And while founder personal brand is critical, a brand reputation of your project is as well important. And in Web3, we speak always about community. And community is the true utility, meaning that strong community trust can be the biggest driver of your project's value. What does brand trust look like Web3? So if your users believe that your smart contracts are secure, that your game or platform will deliver the experience promised, that your DeFi protocol won't suddenly disappear with their funds, this community will trust you. You must treat the community as a members, not as a customers, as a partners or co-builders of your ecosystem. Because when people feel included and be part of something, that then is when the magic starts. So the snowball, it's that all the projects are looking is when it starts here. It's so for me it's magical because all the community is supporting you and you are building community supporting you and the community is bigger. So this is why the trust is so important and put the community first as well. So my advice to make bad decisions my advice always is to make bad decisions with long-term view. So always when I am fractional CMO as well. So when I talk with my projects, it's like, okay, what we want to achieve and what we have to do to achieve this. And when we build this roadmap, we build all the different touch points that we are going to do. And we need to create this constantly, as I said earlier. Because if we do constantly, we will survive in any crypto winter, anything. Because when markets rise and fall, your trusted brand and loyal community will come with you. And then this is really cool. I really like. Oh, I'm a bit short of time, I think. I have 2 slides more. So this is very interesting. So I talk about trust in practice, but now I want to talk a little bit about psychology of trust. What actually makes people trust someone, especially a leader or a founder? There is a framework. The professor from Harvard, Francis Frey, did it. And the components are authenticity, logic, and empathy. So you have to ask yourself, do people see you, the real you? Do they have trust in your judgment? And do they believe you care about them? Think a little bit about this and be honest with yourself, because you will find that, I'm not saying that everything is wrong, but you will find that you can improve some of these questions or answers. And then I'm going to go to the different points. So I'm going to start with authenticity, asking yourself, are you being genuine? Do you act in a way that is the true yourself on your values? If a founder is acting or saying what they think, or investors, what they think that investors want to hear, people will see this, and it's losing authenticity. For example, if you're building a project because you truly believe it in financial inclusion, share that story, but don't pretend that you are that you don't believe. If you don't believe in this, don't share this. Basically, try to be honest with your narrative and your values, because you can tell when you are not aligned. Secondly, the logical. So everyone wants to know if you can execute it. So we need to show what are the decisions and why you are doing this. Back then with data, always data is important, and everyone likes data to know why is behind. And finally, empathy. For me, this is really, really important. Do you care about others? And you show it. This is the most important and truly special for a leader. Empathy in this context means you are not just in it for yourself. You actually care about your users, your team, and your community. People feel this. It comes across in how you communicate and act. Empathy could mean listening to community feedback or being present in support channel, helping others, or in a crisis, putting others before you. Because for me, always is your community, your team, and then is a founder. In conclusion, if your people perceive you lack of any of these 3, authenticity, logic, or empathy, your trust can have some problems. So we need to work on this. And yeah, as I said in the beginning, I would do a self-check. So I would say, I'm communicating my logic clearly. Have I shown I care about community lately? You can do it that asking how they feel, what they want, what they need to improve, what are the new tools that they would like to you to create. And also, I am true by myself. I am present what I'm doing. I'm aligned with my purpose, my ikigai. So I think this is really, really important. And then a small checklist. Be always transparent and communicate always early. Don't wait when it's too late. Do what you say that you are going to deliver. Don't overpromise. Your word is your value. Own your mistakes. So be honest and say, okay, I was wrong here. I could do it that better, because people are not going to forgive your silence or don't showing up because you have a huge ego. But they will remember that you show up when you had to. Prioritize always security. Of course, do audits when you need them. And again, if there is something that it happens wrong to your community, so protect their investments. And also talk to them, talk to your community, because they are not just your followers as well. Your co-founders, your partners. So they are your small family, and thanks of them, you exist. So yeah, thank you very much for being here. I hope you learned something today. It was just an overview of what for me is trust. We are building a project that is called We Are Stellars. With this project, we are helping Web3 founders to get listened and to find their space in the Web3 space and build their credibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvia. Very, very interesting. So we do have a couple of questions from our audience. So maybe we can get the first one on screen. It's from Aston Vieck. He asks, Web3 celebrates pseudo-anonymity, yet investors demand doxed founders. Can projects truly balance privacy with trust? Or is anonymity a red flag now?
My answer would be personal, because at the end I cannot talk about everyone. But for example, when I'm hiring or all my team members, they have to show their faces. And okay, one day you can be sick and you can say, okay, I don't want to put the cam. But at the end, I think it's respect for, it's my point of view again, but it's respect for everyone, that you are showing that you are there, and also that you are a real person, no? That you are committed with the project. And if you don't show your face, for me, I feel that is something wrong if you don't want to show your face. I'm not going to judge if you are ugly, you are old, because at the end, I'm not a judgment person, and anyone should judge for this. So I think that Web3 space is so inclusive to have a space for everyone. Yeah, for this my point of view. I can get it that people who did a lot of money in the beginning of crypto, they want to be anonymous. I get that, but to do a project, you don't have to be anonymous. So I think you don't have to correlate both things. So, and then I don't know if I'm answering this exactly. For me, it's a red flag, as I said. But you have I'm going to give you a tip if you are a builder, and you, depending on the platform that you are building, if you want your users to don't show who they are because you want to protect them, you can use zero knowledge proof. At least you guarantee that they are real behind. They pass a KYC. So I don't know if I answered exactly the question. Please let me know.
Yeah, I believe we covered it pretty well, Silvia. Perhaps we can move to our next one. How can small projects compete with VC-backed brands when trust is often equated with funding announcements?
So I think you need to find your perfect match with the VC that you are looking for, because potentially the VC that is investing for these big brands is not going to be your match. So you need to find the VCs that will be your partner, will help you to grow. And VCs are not just money. At the end, VCs have to be your partner, under my point of view as well. So you want someone to add value to your project, and if they trust you, and for me, what it works, and I'm going to be very honest, what it works is showing myself. Okay, I don't have to show all my problems, but I can show them the challenges I'm facing. I don't have to tell. I'm saying that a lot. So for me to say always, I am good, everything is well, for me, I don't trust this person because I'm a founder and I'm building in this space, and I know that I work a lot. So for me, it's difficult that always is good for you. So you need to have up and downs, and it's good to share that. Okay, you don't have to be the best. So, but at the end is to share this, and then is to find this perfect match with the VC. For me, is this, and to find a niche. So at the end is these brands, they have budget to be in big channels, but you can find different. I can help you if you need. You can ping me afterwards, but you can find different channels that they don't need to spend 10K to be able to be featured. So at the end, you have different ways to start building your personal brand.
So great stuff. Okay, we've got a couple more. And we've got time to get to these as well, I think. What's the first thing a founder should communicate to signal that this that this isn't a scam to a skeptical audience?
So there are some red flags, right? So they are like checking list for VCs, no? Show the team. For me, always I need to know who is the team. I am a LinkedIn fan, so people who and I have to say that people are lying in LinkedIn as well. So for me, LinkedIn as well is not maybe 100% trusted method. But at the end, I like to see LinkedIn that they have a face there and they are doing and they are active there. So for me, it's important. And they need to have, as I said earlier, data. So they need to have a roadmap, data plan, and numbers that make sense. For me, I'm a marketer, so for me, they have to have a marketing plan because a project without market fit doesn't, for me, is a red flag as well because it's a lot of mistakes we are doing in the environment, in the industry. So we build perfect technologies, but the team most of the teams, they don't understand marketing and they don't know how to reach these audiences. And maybe they don't have that market fit, or they have something cool, but people are not willing to pay for this service. So for me, it's another red flag if you don't have this market fit. Metrics, as I said, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, one just before we jump to our next question, I just had a thought that when I see some new projects online, often they're accompanied by a white paper, right? So they're giving information, but it seems to me like many times they focus too much on tokens and trying to boost the price of a token. And like you go to their homepage, they're talking about their ABC token. Here's where you can buy it. Here's where you can exchange it. And like for me, I lose interest at that point because it just seems like they're just trying to boost that value, and there's no real substance. It doesn't sound like there's much substance of what they're doing. So I'm thinking,
I'm coming from here, I'm totally aligned. And it's something that I think it's finally changing. I'm reading that some VCs are already going to my direction. So the ecosystem starts for funding, right? If we don't have funding, we cannot create a startup. Because I'm bootstrapping my company, but it's very complicated because an agency cannot have funding or it's not the best business to invest in. So usually they are bootstrapped. But when we talk about scalable products, we need to have investment to be able to scale these products. So here's when we are starting finding investment. And here, most of VCs, when I reach out them with some projects and they ask me, what are the tokenomics? What is the crypto? So there are still some investors that they are only invest in projects with crypto. So for me, I'm not going to say that this is a red flag. I'm going to say that this is a type of investor that is still kind of speculating about just projects with crypto and fast return. I get that. It's a business. I get that. But I think where we should go and where we will go naturally, I think, is that projects that they have a long-term vision. I hopefully we do that. And then we'll stop speculating and starting putting value to the projects. So always say, not all the projects, they need a token. And for me, and your token is not your product. Please start launch your project, launch your product, and then on top of it, you will be able to put your token. But if you don't do that in the right way, then it's when we have these up and downs. Most projects succeed, and I am going to have people that they are going to say, yes, that crypto is very important, and TG. I understand, but there is another wall as well. So it's what I wanted to share.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, maybe we could just jump to one final question. What's one underrated tactic for small projects to build trust fast?
I wouldn't recommend to everyone. I'm not a huge fan, at least for me, but some projects and some founders, if they strategize really well and they do well and they are good communicators, I'm going to say build in public. So if you are starting building in public and you have a project that is starting getting traction, people are going to start being interested in you. And then another one, I suppose everyone knows here, is co-marketing. So win-win. So be involved with our communities and do co-marketing.
Great. Some great advice and some great insights there. Silvia, thank you. Thanks for your talk.
Thank you for your questions. They were very insightful. Thank you so much.
Great. So I think we can wrap up our session there. Silvia, thanks again on behalf of Blockchain Professionals community, and for those who were asking these great questions and tuning in. Please stay with us for the final talk of the day, coming in a few minutes, focusing on blockchain data, the ownership paradox in transactional freedom, coming up in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. For this, our final presentation of the day, we explore the fast-growing area of blockchain data and ownership. As transparency increases, so do concerns about privacy control in the Web3 world. Our speaker is Alina, who is a DAO architect and metaverse strategist based in Romania, with deep experience in decentralized design. She helps shape future-forward systems where users own their experience on-chain and beyond. Alina, we can bring you to the stage. I think the floor is yours.
Hi, Daniel. Hi, everyone. So, thank you for joining me today. So I'm talking to everyone attending this event because I think it's an incredible conference. Talking about the work that I've done, well, since 2011, I've been focusing on bridging the gap between emerging technologies and real-world impact, particularly on how blockchain and lately AI can empower individuals and communities. And today I'm excited to dive into a topic that's both fascinating and critical, I believe. Blockchain data, the ownership paradox in transparent systems. And this session is about to explore the tension between transparency and privacy in blockchain ecosystems. I'm about to unpack how DAOs and Web3 communities can rethink data rights and governance in a fully on-chain world. There'll be tough questions. We'll be exploring real-world examples, and I'm going to make some suggestions. I'm going to propose some solutions to ensure blockchain delivers on its promise of fair data accessibility and true ownership. So if you're ready, let's get started.
Alina, just before we start, are you able to share your camera at all? We can hear you.
No.
We can hear you just fine. Okay, no problem. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, right. Well, and I want to start with a thing that's very important, the blockchain data ownership narrative as it is right now. So what's the story we're told about blockchain and data ownership? We already know that blockchain is pitched as a revolution, a decentralized ledger where you hold the keys, you hold your assets, and you own your data. But let's pause this and ask ourselves, are your keys truly ours? Can we genuinely own the data we generate across blockchain systems, whether we're trading on DeFi or battling in game finance or connecting in social finance front end, or just building or being present in a metaverse? The moment we step into the magic circle, how we call it in gamification, like we're stepping in any experience. So the moment we're stepping into the magic circle of a blockchain ecosystem, creating a digital wallet or an account, we're generating data each second. Every transaction, every interaction, every click becomes a data point on chain. But here's the kicker. Do these ecosystems pay us for the data we generate? Do they compensate us for our heartbeats? That meaning the time we spend, the minutes or hours we invest in their platforms? Not really. So let's look at samples across different blockchain domains, front ends, to see what's happening. And I want to start with DeFi, decentralized finance front ends and platforms. Platforms like Aave or Uniswap allow users to lend, borrow, and trade assets. While you control your wallet and transactions, the data you generate, meaning your trading patterns, liquidity provision, or staking activities, this data is often aggregated by analytic platforms like Dune Analytics or used by protocols to optimize their systems. You're not paid for this data. It's essentially a byproduct they leverage. In game finance, in games like Splinterland, that's on High Blockchain, Axie Infinity, and I want to give this example because it's a bit older and many of you might have this experience already with Axie Infinity or with the Sandbox. Players earn tokens or NFTs for in-game achievements, but the data you generate, which is your gameplay patterns, time spent, or social interactions, transactions, well, this data remains with the platform or is sold to third parties for market insight. You might earn tokens, but your data's value is rarely compensated. That goes for game finance, and I just want to be short about it. It's a lot to talk about. In social finance, we maybe know platforms like Lens Protocol. They allow creators to monetize content via NFTs or subscriptions. Lens and others even Goals.id, an old forked social finance front end, which is Russian. They all let creators receive instant payments, and not instant when their posts are maturating after 7 days. So some of them are paying like in instancy they pay Hive back dollars and liquid Hives as well. Some of them like clans are paying USDCs and so on. But the data about your audience engagement or content performance, well, that's often used by the platform to refine algorithms, not directly rewarded to you. And let's go further to the metaverse. And I wanted to talk about some geo metaverses, but I'm just going to skip that. Maybe we can talk about them in the Q&As. So I'm just going to refer to virtual worlds like Decentraland and well, there your interactions, where you go, what you buy, who you meet, are tracked on chain. And while you own your virtual land or NFTs, the behavioral data that you generate is often used again by developers to enhance the platform and not with no direct return to you. Well, I'm just going to give an exception here, which is essency.com again, which can be found. It's a front end that you can find in High Blockchain. It's a decentralized blogging platforms on the High Blockchain, and it rewards users with heartbeats, points earned for engagement, like posting, commenting, or just being present on the platform. I don't know, for 10 minutes, I remember. And these points can be used to boost posts or gain visibility. And in this way, they are creating a micro economy where your activity is partially rewarded and your data. But even here, the broader data that you generate, for example, browsing habits and so on, isn't directly compensable. So the narrative of you own your data in blockchain is only half true. We control our keys, but the ecosystems often profit from our data without sharing the value. And I believe this brings us to our next big question: can we truly own and monetize our data while being active in the blockchain or gaining passive income by having our digital persona or personas in the blockchain? And what if I could tell, let's say you or me or we can take control of our data in a tangible way in the blockchain. Imagine your data as an NFT, something you could sell, rent, or stake for profit. Could we as individuals package our own chain activity in a tradable asset? And what about DAOs or companies operating in Web3? Could they sell, lease, or stake their aggregated data to create new revenue streams? Think about it. And let's explore this idea and see where it's already happening. We have the individual data as NFTs. This is a concept of tokenizing personal data, and it's emerging. For example, Ocean Protocol allows users to create data tokens representing data sets which can be sold or shared in decentralized marketplaces. You could theoretically tokenize your DeFi transaction history or GameFi gameplay data and sell it to analysts or AI models for training. However, I don't know if you know, but this is still niche, and most users don't have the tools or awareness to do this. When it comes to social finance and content monetization on Lens protocol, because we were talking earlier about Lens protocol, creators can mint posts or profiles as NFTs. And this is allowing fans to collect them or subscribe for access. This is a step toward data ownership, as creators retain control over their content and its monetization. But the platform still collects metadata about user interactions, which isn't tokenized for the user's benefit. Let's have a look at the metaverse data ownership. And we can look into Decentraland and see how users own virtual land as NFTs, but the behavioral data, for example, visitor patterns and so on, is often used by developers. A few projects like Sprouse are exploring decentralized identity solutions, and they're letting users control the data via zero-knowledge proofs and share this selectively for profit. Yeah, selectively. Well, when it comes to DAOs and data monetization, I can say that we can find some examples here. DAOs like Uniswap or MakerDAO, and that's not so old, but of course it's not that new as well, MakerDAO. They both govern DeFi protocols and hold vast amounts of on-chain data like trading volumes, user behavior, and so on. They don't currently sell this data, but they could theoretically tokenize it as an NFT or stake it in the data marketplaces like Ocean Protocol. For instance, a DAO could lease anonymized transaction data to researchers or hedge funds, sharing profits with token holders. But this raises ethical questions about user consent, of course. One standout example is Chakra Labs, which is building a verifiable data warehouse on blockchain. Their MCP, their model context protocols, allow communities to manage and monetize data collectively. And this is ensuring transparency and user control, I believe. And enterprises like Chakra and its system can share data with stakeholders who might earn tokens for contributing or accessing it. And this is a glimpse of how DAOs could handle data in the future. Of course, it's not complex, it's very minimal. But here's the challenge. We see these examples and they show progress. Most blockchain ecosystems aren't designed to let users or DAOs fully own or monetize their data.
Alina, sorry to jump in there. Are you controlling your slide deck at all? I think we may be just stuck on one slide at the moment.
No, I was told somebody would roll the presentation for.
Okay,
so I could just focus on the panel.
Okay, Alexander or Farouk, maybe we can, if we can just try to forward Alina's slide deck a little bit, that would be great. Yeah, perhaps we'll continue, Alina, and hopefully the guys will fix that in a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. If you can do that, I can just go on, so we can take some Q&As and have time for that.
Sure. Can you see what we're sharing now? Is this the correct slide? Do you see?
Well, right now it should be part 2. So really, I don't want to mind on that presentation. I just want to go on, and if you can follow up, that's good. If not,
For
that's
sure.
it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's
Yeah.
continue. Let's continue.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I want to tell to our participants that about this challenge. We see that the previous examples are showing progress, but most blockchain ecosystems, as I said, aren't designed to let users or DAOs fully own or monetize their data. And the infrastructure for NFT-based data ownership is underdeveloped at this moment, in this momentum. And I believe ethical concerns about privacy and consent loom large are there. So how do we move toward a system where blockchain truly delivers fair data accessibility and ownership? Well, I'm just going to bring in some ideas, and of course, I'm available for Q&As and some meetings over the next days with whoever desires to chunk down this whole set of information. But right now, I want to talk about the solutions for fair data accessibility and true ownership just a bit. To make blockchain a fair and equitable ecosystem, we need to rethink data rights and governance. Here are 4 actionable solutions to achieve true data ownership and accessibility. Of course, the chunking down goes way deeper. The first one is referring to standardized data tokenization protocols. So we need universal standards for tokenizing personal and collective data as NFTs or data tokens. And as I was talking earlier, platforms like Ocean Protocol are a start, but we need a broader adoption. Imagine a wallet where you can see all the data you've generated across DeFi, GameFi, social fee, metaverse, and so on, and choose to sell, rent, or stake it, or parts of it. Well, DAOs could adopt similar standards, tokenizing their data to create new revenue streams while they are ensuring user consent as well. Yeah. The second point is that I want to talk about here is decentralized identity and ZKPs. Solutions like I was mentioning earlier, Sprouse or Polygon ID use zero knowledge proofs to let users control their data and share only what's necessary. For example, you could prove you're a high volume trader in DeFi without revealing your wallet address. This preserves privacy while it's also enabling monetization. DAOs could integrate these tools to give users granular control over the data contribution. And the third thing I wanna specify here refers to incentivized data economies. And we have, like I said, Essency, who comes from Hive blockchain, but that's not the only one. And platforms like this that show how rewarding user activities like habits and others can work. We need more ecosystems to adopt this model, paying users in tokens for their data or engagement, and even retention, even advocacy. For instance, a GameFi platform could reward players with tokens for their gameplay data, which they could then stake or trade. DAOs could contribute profits from data sales to token holders and aligning this with incentives. Of course, I don't know if you know, but I've been working on hybrid DAOs, and when we have designed their white papers, analyzed everything, the algorithm for tokenization, we have included some gamified parts for fair rewards in terms of data. Anyway, the last thing I want to talk about in this panel is refers to transparent governance via DAOs. Well, DAOs might they must prioritize user-centric governance. Instead whales controlling 90% of voting power, and I've seen that in many DAOs. We need a minimal mechanism like quadratic voting or reputation-based tokens to ensure equitable participation. And I believe DAOs need to publish clear policies on data usage. And in this way, they're letting the end user vote on how he or she desires for their data to be handled. And we have some examples here like Aragon or Moloch DAO that are experimenting with these models, but we need a wider and more deeper adoption. So I just want to say that, yeah, we have the blockchain promise of transparency and the decentralization, and this is powerful, but we're not yet at a true data ownership momentum, because by tokenizing data and leveraging decentralized identity, even incentivizing contribution with fair rewards for the data, and reforming DAO governance based on data values, we can build ecosystems where users and communities genuinely control their data and its value. So, well, mainly that's it. And I wanted to talk about it here in this panel before I'm going to publish some articles later this year on the same stuff, but with more insights. And I want to thank you for your attention. And I'd love to hear your thoughts and questions. So let's open the floor for a brief Q&A to wrap up this session. And I want to know what's on your mind, guys and girls.
Thank you, Alina. So we do have a couple of questions coming in from our audience today. The first one, hopefully you can see on screen in front of you now. So Orhan asks, DAOs vote on treasury spends, but who owns the voting patterns and member behavior data being recorded forever on chain?
Well, I wouldn't say the voting patterns, because they're not really patterns when it comes to a blockchain, unless you have a whale with a correlation trail that really likes to do the same stuff. So I'm gonna give you a general answer and tell you nobody owns the on-chain voting patterns, and member behavior or behavioral data in a DAO, it's also owned by nobody. It's publicly recorded on the blockchain and belongs to the decentralized network. It's accessible to anyone with blockchain access. But in fact, just because you're putting your energy, and energy is the new currency, there you should be rewarded, in my beliefs, in a fair transactional system or ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. And I guess the voting patterns are transparent for everyone, aren't they? So all the voting, the votes themselves are completely transparent. I guess we can't put a name or identifiable information necessarily to those votes. Maybe it's just a number or an account, but yeah, like you say, the votes themselves it's the nature of these DAO governance systems. There should be maximum transparency for sure. Okay, let's move to our next question from Ilija. So Ilija is asking, smart contracts may enforce ownership rules technically, but what legal frameworks actually recognize on-chain property rights today?
That's a great question, Ilija. I'm going to give you an answer. My knowledge is not global, but I think I can cover a lot and give you some examples. So few legal frameworks explicitly recognize on-chain property right now and on-chain property rights. Like, for example, in the UK, digital assets like cryptos and NFTs are recognized as personal property under the 2024 Property Bill. The US lacks it lacks a comprehensive federal framework, but some states do treat crypto as property. Look at Wyoming in the last few years, and 2024 court ruling declared immutable smart contracts aren't property under sanctions law. So that goes for the US. But in the European Union and the European Union's MiCA, the European Union's MiCA regulation addresses crypto, but doesn't fully define on-chain property rights. Not now, not just yet. So we see jurisdictional gaps and legal uncertainty that persists globally right now. Let's see what's next. Yeah,
the legal framework is a minefield, isn't it? I know. I can think of one example I saw that was a fractional ownership NFT platform in the US, but it was really only operating in one state, and I think it was still in the very early stages of becoming legitimized, should we say, for everyone to accept that an NFT represented a small part of their property portfolio, for example, for sure. Okay, let's move to our next question. So,
Alexandra.
Alexandra. Yeah, in 5 years, will we need a new data layer that sits between raw chain data and user applications to manage ownership?
Well, I'm going to give an objective answer as much as I can. So likely, yes, in 5 years, I believe a specialized data layer could emerge to streamline ownership management. And that will be, in my belief, that will be bridging raw blockchain data and user applications for scalability, privacy, and legal compliance, because we were just talking about that.
For sure, yeah. Okay, let's move to, I think, what could be the final question we've got from our audience. When GDPR's right to be forgotten clashes with blockchain's immutability, which should prevail for mainstream adoption?
Well, I believe for mainstream adoption, I believe blockchain's immutability should prevail, because it's core to trust and to decentralization. I mean, GDPR's right to be forgotten can be addressed off-chain or via privacy-focused data layers. And that's balancing, and that could be balancing compliance without compromising blockchain integrity. This is what I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's almost a built-in behavior that once you transact on any public blockchain, that information is there for as long as the blockchain is there. Anyone can query that information, and it's perhaps a view that it's down to the individual user, perhaps, that they should be fully aware their what they're trying to put on chain, because I think the right to be forgotten is often tied to things like personal identity and those things. Obviously, we try to keep away from specifically storing on chain, but it's something I think that just can't be avoided, right? Once you publish something or publish an NFT or put some kind of a ID on chain in some way, it's there. It's there forever. So it's just by the nature of the system, it can't be it can't be forgotten. So yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with you on that one. It's blockchain, which
it's a total set of behavior of your blockchain persona, and that behavior encompasses whatever you want to keep there, whatever you want to launch and hold, even a post or an NFT or whatever. If you want to build in the metaverse, can be a land, a location, especially in geolocation metaverses, like I've been there active in the last 3 years. But in fact, this whole persona behavior, it is recorded on chain. Okay, no central party owns this data, but it should still be rewarded because your persona is having its heartbeat. It exists. It adopts this maybe even daily behavior of being active in that blockchain, even maybe sometimes vouching for parts of that blockchain. And I believe in a system of fair rewards and data of ownership. And of course, that is a main core belief of when it comes to blockchain as well. So it should come out of obscurity, and we really need to touch point with this sensitive behavior and balance the transparency of data and the true ownership rights. Anyway, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, Alina, I think we've just about run out of time, so I think we can wrap things up there. So thanks to yourself for your insightful talk today. Sorry that we had a few technical issues.
Thank you for the logistics, and if anyone wants this presentation, just feel free to send them over to anyone who has attended. And I want to thank you all for your time, because energy is the new currency.
Energy is the new currency. Absolutely. 100% agree. Yeah. Okay, thanks once again. That concludes all our talks today. Please join us again tomorrow for another packed day of informative and thought-provoking talks from blockchain professionals. Until tomorrow.